to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Oh, I am excited for this one. Very excited for this one. Really quick, want to shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back, even though you missed the live party. You know it's going to be awesome, but it'd be better if you were here live. So every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and change the notifications to all so that you never, ever miss another Indian Jesus party. Why wouldn't you want to? Also want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream. As always, MySickShirt.com. We had a couple people order the other day. We'll see if they've gotten those already. But of course, you can get your very own official The Indian Jesus merch only at MySickShirt.com. TheIndianJesus.com. All right. So what are we talking about today? There was a podcast that I saw that was up, and I thought, that might be good, but it might be, I don't really know. So I kind of put it on the playlist and let it sit there. And it's getting warm in here. And I had a decent amount of driving to do today for work. Thank goodness, finally we're getting some work on the other front. As the channel is definitely growing. Thank you and welcome to all the new subscribers. But so I listened to that podcast in the car at my normal 2.4 speed. So don't worry, I don't know the exact things of all, but it was James O'Keefe of Project Veritas on the You're Welcome podcast with Michael Malice. And so I would imagine that not too many of you are very familiar with Michael Malice. He's, a political commentator. He's a legitimate anarchist. But he's got some very, very interesting ideas. And so, obviously with James O'Keefe being the guest, that's really who we're focused on. But, Michael Malice, definitely somebody that you want to follow on Twitter. And the podcast is always entertaining. But so I figure before we dive in, let's make sure everybody knows exactly what Project Veritas is out there doing. Because the fact of the matter is, it feels like Project Veritas, what is on my fucking mouse here? It feels like Project Veritas is the very last bastion. There is nobody else that I know of that does real journalism. It's right there, Morty. Does real journalism in the way that they do. So this isn't the most recent video, but this is a very recent report they did. I actually did a short video on this, so you may have seen pieces of it, but definitely not the whole thing, and it gets pretty bad. So this is from last week, and this is what Project Veritas really does, and this is every bit as real as you think it is. As you guys know, the sound on StreamYard can suck, so if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. Without further ado, let's dive in. Who do we got here? Give me a hello. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. All right, here we go. Remember, he's a seventh grade. Seventh grade. Ugh. Come on, guy. Hey, we got Doug in the building. Welcome. And thank you per usual coming through and letting me know that finally we can't hear the video. So you guys missed it. And let's go back. Take two. Thank you per usual. Welcome to the party. Who else we got in the building? Obviously you saw what was on the screen, but or the text that was on the screen, but it really does hit different. It really does hit different when you hear it from his own mouth.
Every day there's different pancakes, green, black, white. They make sure that the pancake is positioned in a way that I actually see. the thing. That's just brutal.
Imagine, if you will, you are spending nearly $50,000 a year to give your children a top of the line education at Greens Farms Academy in Westport, Connecticut. This elite school states its goal as, quote, provide students with a sense of connection, a foundation of trust and respect. However, in our ongoing Project Veritas investigation into education, rather than uncovering issues of secret curriculums like the one we exposed in Cobb, Connecticut,
I remember
now
that
we
one.
are stunned to learn of a teacher's twisted sexual statements at this private school in Connecticut, apparently about his own students.
You've never been tempted? Yes.
Oh, yeah. Tempted by them 7th graders.
Pretty hard.
It's fair. I mean, leave her again.
You can solve that.
I'm sure they can, but that possibly means I'm losing my job, my reputation. It's way too risky.
That's Iman Rosti, born and raised.
Facts. Facts. Project Veritas always gets the hottest takes. Facts. How? Because, it's real, homeboy. It is real. And how is because the power of boners. You go on a date, and she's so interested in what you do. Oh, my goodness. Tell me more. I don't know how you thought that telling this girl that you're into 7th grade girls is going to help your date. But certainly with the creepy shit like that, where the guy who said that he wouldn't hire anybody who wasn't Christian, wouldn't hire anybody who was Christian, wouldn't hire anybody who was over 30, all that stuff. It's bragging to them. The other thing is that you have to remember that these people, again, this guy is an outlier because it's like, as per usual, saying. But you have to remember that, especially the guy like the principal who wouldn't hire those people, he thinks that he's doing a service to the nation by keeping the evil white conservatives out of schools. So, yeah, preacher said I saw a bit of this the other day and didn't pay attention to it though. Don't let your dick speak for you. Yeah, very true. Doug says, this Project Veritas chick isn't just hot. She's some kind of psychoanalytical expert because how she gets these people to say stuff. Yes, we have a word for this. And that word has been obfuscated semantically, but it has been turned into something completely different. You're absolutely correct, Doug. The word that we used to use for this was journalism. But you don't see it anymore. Now, journalism is a BuzzFeed listicle about the best ways to clean out your asshole before, curse before the, you know what I mean? The last bastion of real journalism.
Raised in Iran, he is a middle school English teacher at Greens Farms Academy, as well as the 7th grade dean and the director of the private school's writing center. He met up with our journalist, and instead of discussing curriculum at the school, he chose to describe his adolescent female students in a graphic, sexual manner for nearly 2 hours.
Oh, you thought he was done.
One thing they do these days,
Lay down.
they sit down in front of me. If they purposefully sit you somewhere in a class that is completely directly in front of me, they spread their legs wide open.
How dare they? You're such a victim, Iman. What a victim you are.
And
Just brutal.
that's just brutal. Brutal.
I just can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I'm pretty sure, at least when I was in middle school, there was a dress code. And showing your cooch did not follow the dress code. So maybe, if it's so brutal, then fucking call their parents.
Every day there's different panties. Green, black, white. and they make sure. And it's like they talk to each other, so the three of them do that.
The
Crazy.
three of them?
2, 3, depending on the group, because they are not shy about sharing their, I'm guessing,
Sharing their what?
their how they feel or how.
See, she's surgical. Sharing their what? Their what? They do the what? And like you're just at a restaurant. But if you're doing this is the kind of I always thought about this whenever I would watch To Catch a Predator. You know, if you remember, hey, we got Leltos in the building. Bah, 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 bah. So girls at my school allowed to have their whole ass booty sticking out their shorts. Well, I guess times really have changed because when I was in school, the rule was the skirt, you had to put your arms straight down and straight down, and the bottom of your skirt had to touch your fingertips. So, it's crazy. But I always understood. I always was very confused. Like, if you know that this is not like uh this is not okay behavior. So clearly, if somebody finds out about this, you're not in a good spot. So your choice is to go tell a stranger about it. Or in the case of To Catch a Predator, actually go and follow through with whatever it is that you thought you were going to do there. Like, what did you think was going to happen? And I guess that's not even fair because most of the time, this shit just goes under the radar. So the question is, where would we be without Project Veritas?
How is what they're up to? Because yours do it also solo or together. They're not. Listen, I open their legs wide open, and I'm teaching, and I see what I see.
So that's when you stop and say, hey, you fucking 304, close your goddamn legs or I'm sending you to the principal's office.
They make sure that panties are like positioned in a way that I actually see the thing.
Okay, you saw my underwear. What else did you see?
I can see the side. So I control my teaching. So I do best I can.
Like he controls his teaching. Okay, all right. I thought something weird was going on here, but he's controlling it. We're all good, guys.
If 3 people are talking there, 2 people are, it's not gonna work. They have to give me all their attention. So I'm talking and I look down and I see that.
You see what?
And I see someone sitting like this.
Like what?
Acting it out. And again, with the journalists, like what? Like I can see what you're doing, but like what? Why don't you just so that for the record? What exactly are we talking about here?
I can't see. You have to explain.
I can't see. You have to explain. Got him. See, look at that moment. He was like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
I can't see. You have to explain.
Wait a minute. You can't see? You don't get? He's like, all right. I guess I'm just gonna keep going with the story. Nothing weird here.
Short step. Main Malice.
Oh, somebody's birthday in the background.
Kind of
That's
inserted
copyrighted
in.
music, isn't
You
it?
see that?
See what?
You see that picture of the image, it was not image, the actual. You say, what should I say?
He's catching on. Too late.
It's your picture that you sent.
Oh, that's fine.
The power of boners. Well, you're painting a picture of me of this awful, disgusting thing that you're doing. Wow, that's hot. Really, bro?
It's your picture that you sent.
Oh, that's fine. So how can you concentrate? How can you continue talking what you're talking when you see that?
You don't. As I said, you stop the class and be like, this is not okay. Get out of my class. You're in trouble. This is how people are paid. It's not your fault. You're a child. But this behavior it is my responsibility as your teacher that your parents sent you to this building to make sure that you'd be safe. But maybe I'll just, that's this guy for 7th graders.
I don't know, for women, I don't know, I guess for women it's sexy too. You see a man with a heart on that.
Why are you trying to be sexy to a 7th grader? Yeah, Doug, you're on point. He's turned on because he thinks she's turned on. And she's playing him like a fucking fiddle. Like, oh my God, tell me more about this disgusting shit. He's like, yeah, baby, I do shit you wouldn't even dream of. I wouldn't do shit that would appear in your nightmares.
Maybe
I don't know why I give him a southern accent, but Lil Taylor says 99% of all schoolgirls in America would disagree with you. No helping them. That may be. That very well may be. But what the fuck does that have to do with an adult man, a teacher, a dean, and his behavior? I was in 7th grade. I remember being in 7th grade. To some extent. I remember being a 7th grade boy, and I remember looking as a 7th grade boy at 7th grade girls. And they loved there was always that teacher that would get the attention. I don't know how it ended up being this guy, but that's the point. It's your response. You are the adult. You are the adult here, not the children.
I don't know. If you find that person sex relevant, I don't know if it's sexy for a man to see a woman or a woman to see a man. I don't know that. But what I know is that it's hard to continue talking as if nothing has happened in your mind, in your brain.
Yep, Doug on
This
point.
line.
Once
And
again.
And the girls and girls and also yeah, no. Like when girls start having sex,
That right there. This right here. So far, he hasn't said that he's done anything. But saying that it's interesting to you when girls start having sex. When we know what you're talking about. In 2022, we're not talking about newlywed brides, are we? This, in my opinion, should be more than enough to fire this dude. Arguably, at least have him looked into by the FBI or something. Let them do something. Yeah, so he thinks he's turned on by how he's a bad man because he breaks the rules. Yeah, you're absolutely on point. You're absolutely on point. And it's pathetic. She must be. She must be. But also, what if she's not? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And maybe it's a little bit of self-owned bias here. But you can literally hear how horny he is. Exactly. And why does it always have to be the brown dudes? The whole Bob's and vagine thing is already a stereotype. Do you understand how much harder it makes it for me not? Do you understand how much more difficult dating apps become for me because of this? A lot.
it's interesting for someone like me who has been in and out of relationships and all my life and married and all that. You see changes in face and appearance. You probably too. So you see a 15-year-old girl and then next year they come back to school and she's a woman.
I was never fantastic. I'm pretty good at math. I was never fantastic though. And I haven't taken a math class since junior year in high school. So maybe I was good at math. But if she's 15 and she comes back the next year, I'm pretty sure after 15 comes 16. In which case, wrong, sir. She is not a woman. She remains a child. Doug says, well, in Pakistan, I think it's very common. Well, he's from Iran, and this is America, so I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, it's illegal here, and head to Mexico, homie. Then that is not. I hear what you're saying, but not even close to an excuse for Iman Rasti here of Greens Farms Academy, director of writing, middle school English, and 7th grade dean. We're waiting. All right.
There's no way she has gained weight just doing nothing. It's clear that she has had sex.
I'm trying to articulate the level of weird it is that you're starting with looking at a 15-year-old girl. Then you're comparing what she looks at 16. Then you're even looking even deeper into it to say, well, what she's in great shape. Or what? She's gained weight just doing nothing? So it's clearly what does that even mean? I thought he was going to say she lost weight. And I don't know. This guy, I don't know what to do with this. Doug, the age consent is 12 in Mexico, and in the United States 16. Yep. Good question, but we're not going to address that here. He's like, just asking for a friend. Just asking for a friend. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh my God, you guys.
A lot of sex. Part of the reason why those girls give me attention, in addition to me being genuine with them and honest with them, I think is maybe they get that vibe, the sexual tension. I feel like they get it.
Exactly, Doug. Like, why is it a thing for you to be pontificating on what 16-year-old girls are doing sexually? Unless you are a father or you're having a general conversation about, the society and stuff like that. Why are you pontificating about underage girls at all?
We're not saying it. We get that.
Now, after our journalist met up with Rasti, we weren't sure if his statements were true or just a fantasy conjured up in his mind. But in a second meeting, he doubled down on his statements.
Okay, and then what happened that's real?
What happened? What?
What happened that was real?
She's like, okay, I really want to know. You're a real bad boy, right? So let me in. Let me know what happened. Doug says, what's insane is when you realize the only reason Veritas knew to catch him is because a tip from someone else he's already confessed to. Doug does not miss. Doug does not miss. They for you, those of you UFC fans, know about Cain Velasquez. For those of you who are not, really quickly, he is a retired UFC heavyweight champion, and he got arrested because his 4-year-old told him that the one of the guys at the daycare that he goes to something him. And so Cain Velasquez goes to chase him down in his car and fires his rifle at him in a fit of rage. And Jesse on Fire is talking about how, like, obviously, him saying, as a father, I completely understand anybody who's a father, like, yes, obviously, we can't live in a society where you're just going vigilante justice and so on and so forth. But it's not like this guy is a general danger to society. It was a very clear connection between what he did and what he learned. And but what was off about the whole situation was that no other children or families came forward. And what Jesse was saying, that it's uncommon for these guys to like do it one time to one kid only. And so I'm like, maybe he happened to be unlucky enough to be the first kid, and luckily we found out about it, or I don't know, but it is a very good point that is tied to what Doug is saying. That's the only reason we know about this guy. How many others are out there that we don't know about? And where would Iman, I think his name is, where would he be without Project Veritas? So whenever I wash my hair about once a week, and I'll go through. I just clipped some dead ends. I've been putting that off forever because I'm scared that like I'm gonna fuck it up, and I don't want to go spend a dick ton of money. Like I got headphones on and whatever. So but I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Yes, be vigilant, but not a vigilante if possible. Doug does not miss. So let's see what happened. That was real.
Everything else I told you. Except sitting in front of me in a chair and spreading legs so I can clean. Yeah. I'm sure that when they bend over,
Making sure that when you
and they ride.
yeah, when I ride, they can see their
A nice, big, beautiful fur.
yeah.
But make sure I see them.
Yeah. So everything.
I sure hope so, Doug. Yeah, saying that the circumstances surrounding the crime should hopefully reduce his sentence, but they are charging him, I believe, with murder. I haven't looked into it that recently. This happened, I think, like over the summer. But they're I think it's because he is a somewhat decently known person, and then also being known for being a fighter. I don't know. I really don't know. But it's just a terrible situation. It really shows you like this is what we need Project Veritas for.
Thing that you told me about them was fantasy.
Except for that I see, the side of the footage, the ass that I see, the bending down, and no, I have not.
Despite Rasti's claims that he hasn't done
You sure about that, pal?
anything with his young students, he said he is willing to make exceptions on his, quote, principle to not F his students.
So no, I think this would be the second date with the same journalist. He's like saying, why does he talk to two women about this? What does he think is going on? He's being screened for a sex cult or something. No, yeah, they will build rapport. So luckily, I don't know where that came from. Do your vocal warm-ups before you start the stream. I think the first part of this we saw was not like the first time they met. I would assume they went on a couple dates, build up some rapport, and then it's usually the same person that will go through and get the report. I mean, it could be. But the fact that she was talking about, well, what was it? And he said the things that I told you already. It makes me think that that it's the same woman, which would make a lot of sense. And then the sound is not great in general, just because it's a secret recording in a loud, busy restaurant. But I would be surprised if it was a different woman. But I guess not that surprised, because if you're gonna tell one woman about it, what's another one?
Get the vibe. It's obvious. But I refuse because I don't fuck my students.
So he says he refuses because I don't fuck my students. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, right. So he said, I refuse because I don't fuck my students.
That you don't come?
That's my principle.
That's his principle.
That's your what?
Principle. I don't do that. But sometimes I make exceptions.
Okay.
Sometimes.
It's not really a principle then, is it?
It's important to note that Rosti, who was a college professor when he was younger, admitted to our journalist about having numerous sexual affairs with his students at the time.
And
my-
there we go.
K-12, but college, I had sex with many of my students.
In light of his alarming sexual statements regarding current adolescent students, we reached out to Tom McAndrew, retired 25-year veteran of the Pennsylvania State Police. McAndrew led major criminal investigations and performed personality profiles of offenders. We had McAndrew review our interview for his assessment of Rasti's comments.
The concern with this particular individual is that he sort of has blurred the lines between fantasy.
Are you asking? I thought you were saying, what are the odds that we get the sex chat thing while we were talking about this? Are you saying what are the odds to see the journalist's face in the video? 0, because then she is useless as a honeypot. So they absolutely would protect her identity at all costs, so that they can she can continue to. Oh, you did, okay. But yeah, the we're definitely not going to see the journalists because they need them to continue doing more stings.
In reality, he certainly is in a position of power and authority, and he should recognize that role. When I was in the Pennsylvania State Police, the unit I was in, we would often look at threat assessments and elevation of somebody's behavior. And certainly this individual would strike me as somebody, if he has not already acted out, meaning,
Which he has.
Victimized children,
Which he has.
he certainly has thought about it.
Yep.
When they start to justify that behavior in their mind, which he seems to
I have a principle, but I can compromise sometimes.
do throughout that conversation, it becomes very concerning. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck,
That motherfucker is a fuck.
it's probably a duck. I wouldn't want this individual around my teenage child when this is where his thought process is.
I said shit. Me too.
And he seems to almost have an obsession with it. As frequently as he talked about it, shows that it's constantly on his mind. The Sandusky scandal at Penn State, the years of concern, people were raising the red flag and it got ignored. All these scandals, if they haven't proved something about human nature, we should be more in tune to what's going on.
This is the new code word for a chomo. Because I don't want to say the actual thing that the P word. We're gonna call him an Affleck. From now on, that motherfucker is an Affleck. He's trying to duck them charges. You know what I mean?
We are placing the employee on leave and will be promptly investigating this matter and taking appropriate action.
To be clear, Iman Rosti has not admitted to acting on any of his sexual feelings towards underage girls in his classroom or anywhere else. However, his relentless discussion about them in a sexual manner is worth reporting. If you or a student you know has been the subject of predatory behavior at our trusted educational institutions, send us a tip at veritastips@protonmail.com or give us a call at our signal line. Be brave, do something.
Be brave. Do something. That's what Project Veritas does. Again, I ask, who else in, let's just say, America? Because I don't know much about the news around the world, but who else in America is doing stuff like this? So that was, just a little, I like to give you guys a picture of who we're talking about, what we're talking about, all that kind of stuff. So that's what Project Veritas is all about, is being, be brave, do something. Doug was good, be vigilant without being a vigilante. That's what they do. There used to be an entire industry of that. but that's not really the case anymore, is it? So, very excited to share this with you guys. Again, this is the You're Welcome podcast with Michael Malice, and he is talking to our boy that we just saw, James O'Keefe. Of course, it would do that.
Good afternoon, Michael Malice here. Let that be your welcome for the next hour. We have with us a long-awaited, very special guest, James O'Keefe, head of Project Veritas. His books include American Muckraker.
I forgot to cut that out.
Damn it. I feel like John Fetterman. His books.
That's why they didn't cut it out, because that is a great joke.
Include American Muckraker and American Profit. Leave that in. James, welcome to the show. I think you and I should have a little bit of an argument over which one of us has more contempt for the corporate press, me or you.
Well, that's an argument we could certainly have.
How badly do you think, because you're very known for having these kind of hidden camera videos where you're exposing people who saying things that their corporate overlords would otherwise not let them say, things that are kind of impolitic and so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of hand waving and acting like, oh, well, they don't mean it, or this person doesn't really matter, or they're just not repeating, the company position, all this other typical BS. Can you explain to viewers at home the difference between how corporate journalists present themselves when they're in a professional setting from the camera versus what they're like when they're in a more relaxed context?
The difference between how they project themselves on TV and who they actually are. Well, most of them are probably suffer from narcissistic personality disorder or some version of that. And most of them are in it for the power and the clout and so forth and so on. You've seen that in our stories, like on Charlie Chester, the CNN individual who's the control room director at CNN, right? And he was bragging about their propaganda.
We were just talking about this on the last stream. I was just looking for what he was talking about with the gangbusters quote about how they put the death counter for the Rona on the screen every day because it was doing gangbusters for ratings. And we now know just how badly, specifically after Trump, that they needed those ratings.
Might say, why would a guy brag to a girl about how much of a propagandist that he is? So there's that kind of thing that we see, but certainly a difference between how they project themselves publicly versus privately. Also, Matt Rosenberg, the New York Times reporter, remember him? And he said that he got woke colleagues at the New York Times who were effing dweebs on January 6th who go on and on, quoting him, about their trauma. Give me a break, he says. But again, none of these New York Times reporters have the courage to say these things publicly. And it's the lack of courage to say these things publicly. Many of them are not saying bad things, but they're not willing to state the truth publicly. I read this morning in the Wall Street Journal a quote, which I want to read to you.
Before he does that, I'm trying to think of a quote that is directly relevant to not speaking up. And it was like something like, when they did this, I said nothing. And then they did that, I said nothing, and then they came for me, and something like that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Can somebody hit that that quote in the chat? And while you're at it, if you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. Thank you so much. Come on, we're doing so good.
This is about the John Durham investigation of the FBI. This is Wall Street Journal columnist quote. Our media doesn't believe the important question right now is it true? The important question is the truth pro-Trump or not? So they sort of suspended these fundamental beliefs in the First Amendment or reality in order to achieve a political objective. It's a cliche, but it's gotten really bad in the last couple of years, and it's sort of happening everywhere now.
Let's have this argument, because this is one we all have, I think, people at least who travel in circles that you and I travel in, which is, has it gotten bad, or have we just gotten better at seeing it? So, for example, if when we're growing up, you become an adult, and as you become an adult, you would think to yourself, wow, a lot more people are drinking and fooling around than when I was a kid. Well, it's like, no, when you were a kid, they kept these things from you, and now you're in situations where you're aware of them. Before social media and the internet and camera phones, you would have 4 networks for your nightly news and maybe 4 variants of progressivism, and they sit and they smile, and you think you have a choice, but it would be very, very limited in what kind of perspectives were presented as the news. And we all learned in high school about the Spanish-American War. Remember the Maine, and how we were led into war by the newspapers. Then there's this kind of record scratch, and all of a sudden the newspaper's supposed to be decent.
I hate how he frames himself in where the captions are going. Tilt the camera down so the thing can be here. But yeah, a little off topic, but I was just talking to my dad about this because I only heard the speech today, and 100%. We do not need more government going. Yeah, absolutely. It's way too radical. We do not need the government going after more people for life in prison. If for no other reason, then that is not economically sound. That's not going to put America in a better situation financially. All of these people are going to have to be, supported in prison. And do you think that is going to make people stop doing drugs? Doing drugs is already a theoretical death sentence, and we all chose to do it anyway. So yeah, for some drug deal, which ones? That was the only. I wish he didn't say that. I just wish he didn't even say that. I don't even care if he thinks it, because it's never going to happen. But knowing that he wants that. But this is precisely what we're talking about. As I was listening to the Timcast stream where they were listening to the speech, they started saying, "Oh, now CNN has cut the speech and they have it playing, but they're just talking over it." Now MSNBC is doing the same thing, even Fox News, and well, I mean, even then, if you can prove causation of death from drugs, yeah, I guess it's a murder charge anyway, but it shouldn't be, because if I die from drugs that I chose to take, sounds like a self-contained issue. Doesn't sound like locking up all the people that the government is that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. But you're absolutely right. It's just a ridiculous notion. I don't know where that came from, and it doesn't seem like there was any reason to go there, but he did. And hopefully he'll back off that, because that was the only thing. Before that, I was like, before that, I was like, it doesn't seem like Trump's got it. I think we might be in the DeSantis era. Of course, keeping in mind that, like, we got 2 years before any of this really matters. And that's something I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to. And so Doug says, what if you lie about the dose? Say it's 1 when it's 100. The buyer beware. If you are buying illegal drugs, don't trust the guy who is selling you illegal drugs. Millions and millions of us have been in that life for different amounts of time. And many of us make it out alive. You could say the exact same thing about driving a car. So maybe a specific statute for representations about illegal pharmaceuticals and misrepresentations. I mean, it's a conversation that can be had for sure. But I just think it's the war on drugs has been an abysmal failure. So in 2022, to be saying let's ramp up the drug war in any context is moving in the wrong direction. That's my position on that. I think it's moving in the wrong direction. Yeah, exactly. The buyer beware. Let the buyer beware. If you are going into the shady part of town with some dude who has no license and selling you a bag that he wrapped up, that's on you. That's on you. I don't know what else to do with that. Let's back this up a little bit, see where we were.
We all learned in high school about the Spanish-American War. Remember the Maine and how we were led into war by the newspapers. Then
yeah, but it's not. If it's already illegal, then you're already doing something illegal. So you're not following the law by buying it. So if you don't want to die from illegal drugs, then don't buy and consume illegal drugs. It's that simple. It's that straightforward. Like, buyer beware. If you want to do it, I believe you should have the right to do it. But that doesn't mean that
kind of records
you're gonna live
scratch, and all of a sudden,
and again, Same thing goes for driving or skydiving. You can do it. And even though there are all these, things in place to make sure that you are as safe as you can be, people still die doing it. And that's something, pretty much innocuous. So I don't see why drugs are viewed so much differently. Yeah, I'm hoping he backs off of that. I really do. I really do. But yeah, talking about the newspapers.
The newspaper is supposed to be decent upholders of morality. So I'm very much torn as to whether they've gotten worse or whether they've gotten sloppier. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that journalism, let me start by saying, from my
hit the poll
recent book, American Muckraker, journalists have a very important role in society to build some type of moral consensus. And we are just more, I think, probably true, more morally divided than we've ever been. We're disagreeing on everything. But journalists have a responsibility to bring people together by exposing what is true. And if their premise is it doesn't matter what is true, it just matters whether it hurts Trump or not, I think that's damaging the moral fabric of our country. I don't think we're as divided as the media portrays. I think we're still united about many things.
Facts.
You can't discriminate against someone on the basis of religion. That was a premise behind a story we did recently. People generally.
That was the Connecticut principle we were just talking about.
They think that they care about their children. I think we're usually united on that front, and we're generally united on the First Amendment.
Generally,
but I think it has gotten worse, Mike. I think just my reading of history in the 60s and 70s and 80s and the sort of journalism that was done, whether it was Chicago Sun-Times doing undercover work or Diane Sawyer going into the grocery stores or Mike Wallace, I don't realize he's dead, but he used to confront people with a microphone, stick it up their nose, go into boardrooms, and they'd be shocked. You just don't see that anymore. You don't see, I realized there was J. Edgar Hoover extorting people decades ago, but I do think that we don't have the same investigative, adversarial kind of investigative reporting that we used to have. And if there isn't that, if it's New York Times national security reporters who say, prosecutors say, quoting the prosecutor, and if we don't have people skeptical of what the prosecutors are saying or publishing what they don't say or what they won't say, then we have a population who's maybe not getting the information that they need, and therefore we become more divided. So
absolutely. And let's not forget that the reason that we have the press in the first place is to challenge the establishment, is to challenge those in power. And now we're down to one guy and an industry of YouTubers who are actually, trying to get to the truth of what's going on. What do these people actually stand for? What does a vote for them mean? All this kind of stuff. Everybody else is not worried about that at all. And a lot of them are pushing this division.
So I think the Fourth Estate has that important role that they used to play a little more than they currently do.
Well, let me push back a little bit about this. I'm a little bit older than you, but I remember very vividly in the mid-90s when President Clinton was undergoing his impeachment trial, and he was being on trial on charges of, I think it's witness tampering, obstruction of justice, certain prosecutorial felonies.
And getting sucked off. That was my introduction to politics. I was about, I think, 8 years old. This is what, probably 98, right? I was probably 8 or 9 years old. And that was the first thing that I thought about or I knew about in politics. Hey, we got Anna Jew in the building. What up, girl? Glad to have you back. We are talking with Michael Malice and James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, answering the question, is Project Veritas the last bastion of real journalism? So you just missed the beginning where they did an undercover sting of a 7th grade teacher, 7th grade dean, who was talking about, these girls, they open their legs and I like to look. It's usually green or black. And I don't know anybody else who is doing this type of work.
And I think it was ABC News at the time had an interview with Juanita Broderick. And Juanita Broderick had a very credible rape claim against President Clinton. I've had her on my show. She detailed it pretty specifically. She did admit she brought him back to her room, and so on and so forth. So there was at least just picture them together. So it wasn't something concocted out of whole cloth, as we saw, kind of recently, where I forget the woman's name was on Anderson Cooper, saying that President Donald Trump at the time had forcefully raped her in the dressing room at Barney's. which would have been a lot more difficult to kind of. And now you bring this up, and the Anderson Cooper's just sitting there smiling and nodding as she talks about women have rape fantasies. Point being, they explicitly said, we are going to sit on this story so that it doesn't affect the impeachment. So we're talking about at least 30 years now where they are comfortable hiding massive stories in order to force a political outcome that they find desirable.
Yeah, I mean, they used to do it before. I mean, they did. There's a book I read about, talking about JFK and his coziness with, I think it was then the legendary editor Ben Bradley of the Washington Post. These things have existed throughout time. But two things can be true. There was a coziness with the Democratic Party, and also there was adversarial journalism, more of which existed in the past than does now. And Noam Chomsky wrote about this in Manufacturing Consent in the 80s. He called it, and again, people say, "Oh, Keith, you agree with Noam Chomsky?" Well, on this I do. Yeah. I mean, there's a shared.
Yeah, we forget. That's how tribalistic things have become. Is that like Noam Chomsky is a smart ass dude. Like, yeah, now he's old, so all of the liberal ideas he had that were relevant in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, he's out of touch with what happened in the 90s and on, maybe even a little bit later than that. I'm not too familiar with Noam Chomsky, but yeah, what Noam Chomsky was talking about in his heyday was like, come on. Yeah, Doug saying is discount anarchist Gary V. No, Michael Malice.
Reciprocity, and it's easier for corporations to trust these powerful agents than to be skeptical of them. And there was, I think, a more philanthropic desire from these for-profit companies back in the day, 40, 50 years ago, to take a loss on their balance sheet and to do tough work that cost them something. As far as I understand, the last 5 to 10 years, ABC News has axed their entire investigative reporting division. So the world is
Jug on point once again.
changed. People are willing to take less. Movies don't take the risks they took in the 1990s.
Right.
When you watch Good Morning America, they're selling you Marvel's Avengers products and crap. They're not.
Well, hold on. I literally just watched Avengers last night, and it holds up. It's fucking awesome. But all right, it's in the title, and all right,
not giving you reporting. I think they used to. So I think that both things can be true, right? Yes, there was always a Democratic media complex, particularly with Clinton, but there was a willingness, and there just were more newspapers. There was less consolidation of media, and I think that's why things have gotten worse.
Do you have, there's something else I think people don't appreciate, because I think we're growing up on this kind of WWF version of politics where people genuinely believe that every Republican hates every Democrat, and the journalists who are being very kind of adversarial towards Trump, they kind of have their team and they don't throw people under the bus to further interest behind the scenes. I know Cernovich talks frequently about how Maggie Haberman is one of Jared and Ivanka's biggest kind of conduits to the press. She has a very cozy relationship with President Trump, despite working for the New York Times and being somewhat critical of him. Can you speak to, from your personal experience, I'm guessing you have plenty of journalists who are sliding in your DMs and sending you emails who are perfectly comfortable throwing their colleagues or their organizations under the bus, even though very clearly they would be regarded politically as somehow on the left or aligned with the Democratic Party. Is that true?
So I wanted to let him finish, but he just went through a laundry list very quickly of a bunch of shit that you would expect to be, again, at least investigated, but just kind of happened. Listen to it again.
To further interest behind the scenes. I know Cernovich, talks frequently about how Maggie Haberman is one of Jared and Ivanka's biggest.
So listen to what. Yep, I watched that directly before. That is, I had a tweet. And I said, I forgot that Winter Soldier came after Avengers, so I watched that one first. But I think, as a puny 5'4" dude who feels like he's got a lot of heart, Captain America First Avenger is my fucking movie. That is my story. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of get moved when he jumps on the grenade. It's a great moment. Great movie. The action is way better in Winter Soldier, but way better movie. first Avenger.
Conduits to the press.
But yeah, so what's his face being conduits to the press.
She has a very cozy relationship with President Trump, despite working for the
cozy relationship with the
New York
president,
Times and being somewhat critical of him.
working for the New York Times, who's very critical of him. But and so that's two other things. It changes every time they go full screen. They change the middle. This is maybe I'll leave this up here. Maybe that's more convenient. Dear reader, I get it, like dear leader. But yeah, some of them they're funny. But so he's just listed off 4 different things that should, take some attention from journalists, the news, somebody, but just things that don't matter. Come on. And play. Ha. And ha. Fucking struggle streaming. God damn it.
Can you speak to, from your personal experience, I'm guessing you have plenty of journalists who are sliding into your DMs and sending you emails who are perfectly comfortable throwing their colleagues or their organizations under the bus.
So yeah, just that one sentence, 4 things with just one president who dealt with 5 different people. One sentence, just this happened, that happened, that happened, that happened. But that's just a lead up to my question. That's how bad the state of the press is right now. That you could just go through that stuff and it doesn't matter.
Even though very clearly they would be regarded politically as somehow on the left or aligned with the Democratic Party. Is that true?
Throwing their colleagues under the bus, you mean speaking on background with me, or how do you mean?
That's exactly what I mean. Meaning, like they have no problem coming to you if they see something that they would, either they genuinely find wrong or they just want to create mischief for someone that they personally.
I think
dislike.
they're many of these people that work in this industry, that would require them having conscience, and some of them do.
Oh, he said some of them do. That's funny. I thought he was going to say every journalist who's not me or doesn't work for me has no conscience. It sure seems like it. He said, okay, some of them do.
But a lot of them, they talk a big game about the public's right to know, but the honest ones, it's just a profession. But we have people who've come to us and privately, whether wittingly or unwittingly, Rosenberg was unwitting. He didn't know that he was being recorded. He was speaking to a stranger. For example, Rosenberg, the New York Times national security reporter, Pulitzer Prize winner, told our undercover journalist, quote, "We fucked up on that James O'Keefe defamation lawsuit." It's an extraordinary admission, by the way.
Whoops.
I mean, but he said this unwittingly to someone. Would he send me a DM and say that? Probably not. But a lot of people say things unwittingly. And let's face it, you're more honest when you don't know that you're speaking on the record or even on background. I think probably there's a deterring effect with me.
So for those of you who are not familiar with how the press works, if you're going to do an interview with a journalist, usually they'll set up a meeting or a call or whatever to do background where you talk about what you're going to talk about. Typically, there is a level of this is off the record. Not that I can't use any of this, but this is going to be figuring out what we're going to be talking about in the actual reporting. Then you would have a separate meeting where you do the actual report.
Me. An irony in speaking to me on background or off the record, because I secretly record people for a living. So they're probably not going to tell me these things when they know that I'll probably publish them. But sure, we have whistleblowers coming to us right now inside the media.
See, Anna, this one changed now. We're back to the anarchist handbook.
In the federal government. We're in process on that. And I think that there's a tension in journalism between access and autonomy. Journalists have to be cozy with their sources to get information, but they also have to be independent enough and adversarial enough. And if you're too adversarial, that engenders biases on their own. You're speaking to your ideological audience like the New York Times does. So you have to find that cozy in between. In other words, you have to be fair and you have to be honest.
Fair and honest? From the press? From the New York Times? What? Again, it's like there is this unwritten understanding that a society would just be like, we don't really like Trump, so the integrity of the press, we're just gonna get rid of that. 2 years later, of course, now he's running again, so we're in a new Trump era now. But until 2 days ago, we were 2 years removed from Trump being president, and still that was the only thing that they had to talk about.
And I think journalism is skewed way too far in the direction of being cozy with your sources, which has become a perversion in outlets like the New York Times.
Yeah, he was talking before. Somebody close to the source says, and then they'll write a quote, and it's like this: somebody close to the source is the example Tim Pool always uses is a close source close to Nancy Pelosi says so and so and so forth. The source was the homeless guy sitting outside her office. What the fuck does that mean?
You brought up your lawsuit with the New York Times. Obviously, discussing a lawsuit is something that is kind of tricky. But I do want to ask you about what was the basis of this lawsuit and what is the current status insofar as you're able to speak about it publicly.
Yeah, and I'm drinking Red Bull, which I usually don't drink, but I had a red-eye flight and I was doing a story in Arizona, so here we are.
Oh, I thought that was
in
going to
time
be
for your interview, barely back at headquarters in New York. Yeah, I'm open to discuss anything. Pretty transparent about this. We sued the New York Times for defamation because they did a front page story late September 2020 saying that we were part of a quote coordinated disinformation campaign, according to experts. The first sentence of the article.
Experts say
said a deceptive video released by Project Veritas with no verifiable evidence of voter fraud and no proof of any of this. They reported these things when the video that we released clearly showed a Somali man on videos with all these ballots on his lap in the state of Minnesota where he lived. It's illegal to have more than 3 that you're harvesting. So the video was very clear and incontrovertible, right? And
but it's the New York Times. So if they said it, must be true.
The New York Times said that it was no proof of anything, and I was a coordinated disinformation campaign. So I sued them for defamation, and the judge ordered that the lawsuit continue beyond motion to dismiss, which is very rare.
There's just for people for background to interrupt you, but there's an enormous asymmetry in our legal system, and I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing to defend, journalists and media outlets. Otherwise, whenever they write a story that someone's not going to like, they're going to get sued. So the fact that you got this forward meant they really crossed the line, in my opinion.
And then they doubled down and had like 12 to 15 front page hit pieces. They're obsessed with Project Veritas. They won't stop talking about us. And we've got multiple national security reporters at the New York Times coordinating with the federal government to hurt me.
Which is so stupid because it's not like Project Veritas is a household name. So anytime they talk about James O'Keefe or Project Veritas, all they're doing is creating a Streisand effect and giving more people the understanding of who Project Veritas is, what James O'Keefe stands for, and the fact that they may in fact be the last bastion of real journalism left in America.
And it's that sort of injustice, and that's
hey, we got JR in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. You may have just heard me say we are talking with Michael Malice and James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, and trying to determine are they the last bastion of true journalism. Welcome, buddy. Glad to have you.
Sort of power nexus, which is so anathema to what journalism is. So this lawsuit clearly scares the shit out of them. They went judge shopping to try to appeal it. But the reality is that the judge...
Even right there, a little sentence like that. They went judge shopping. Oh, that's a thing? Well, I guess it is if you're the New York Times. You can just, that guy probably isn't going to like us. That guy's probably not going to do exactly what the fuck we want to do. So we're going to, can you do that? Even from a speeding ticket. Could you go in and be like, you know what? That judge doesn't seem like they're going to agree with me. Can I get a different one? Didn't think so.
In the Supreme Court of the state of New York ruled last March of 21, he said the disinformation was actually the New York Times because the New York Times was that, Your Honor, this is just our opinion.
No, on the front page.
On the front page. Yeah, they said
the New York Times making a state of fact, a claim of fact, argues in court that that's their opinion. So when Alex Jones says it, yeah, of course, he's a crazy guy, whatever. Now Rachel Maddow does it, and she's saying the same thing. Like, whoa, all right, I thought that was news. Then Tucker Carlson comes out and saying the same thing. So you're admitting, all of you, that you are not journalists, that you are not reporting the news, that you are doing exactly what I'm doing. Sitting here and giving my opinion based on nothing except the things that I've seen. So fucking put me on CNN. Put me on MSNBC. Put me on Fox News. What's the difference? We assume that because they have the resources and the reputation, that they're going to uphold the reputation and use the resources to give us information that I personally can't give you. But if that's not what they're doing, and in fact, they're doing the complete opposite, and when Alex Jones says, the frogs are gay, and when he technically means that because of the chemical change in the water that it's making them hermaphroditic, okay, that's a little bit of, that's the frogs are gay. That's an exaggeration. But he was right. They're fucking with the frog sexuality. I mean, we're splitting hairs there, I think. Now, of course, the stuff that he said about Parkland and all that, totally not cool. But the only point I'm making is that whether you're a YouTuber with 650 subscribers or you are the fucking New York Times, those who should be way higher in that hierarchy have brought themselves down to the level of just some guys. Yeah, exactly. Alex Jones at least puts his sources out there instead of using sources say. Great point, Anna. What is the difference between a guy just sitting behind his computer talking shit and the New York Times? Legally, nothing. Legally,
So this is an opinion.
Nothing.
And then the judge said, well, why did you, this is the judge asking them, why did you mask your opinion? Your news article was used by Facebook to ban James O'Keefe's video, and now your defense is that it's just your opinion? You can.
That's the other thing that they'll do, is that when they use sources say, they'll have one reporter, let's take CNN, because why not? They'll have one CNN reporter write an article based on someone close to the source says. Now that's a news story. So now the next article can cite that article as a legitimate source. And then all the blue check Twitter journalists now have seen the news. And that is how these lies are propagated. Actually, I just realized I've been saying that word wrong. I don't remember who said it, but that's why you should always watch TV or whatever with the captions on. It's helped my vocabulary swimmingly. I used to think it was profligate, but it's promulgate. Promulgate. The more you know. Hey, we got Just a Cog in the fuckery in the building. Ba, 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 ba. What is good, girl? She said, media these days is just like a game of telephone. That is exactly what I said, but way more concise. Thank you, Just a Cog. And welcome. We've got Michael Malice and his podcast, You're Welcome, bringing on James O'Keefe of Project Veritas. Welcome.
You see the vortex of propaganda in work. They say it's an opinion. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg uses the New York Times as their fact-checking mechanism. The video gets banned. Notifications get sent out to 50 million users that James O'Keefe is fake propaganda. And the New York Times argues in court under oath, it's our opinion.
But I say. Exactly that.
Now, the judge ruled against them. That's good news. The New York Times appealed that to the Supreme Court of New York. And the New York Times, and they actually said this. Lawyers for the New York, maybe they thought no one would read the pleadings, but we read them and make YouTube videos. They said that the words deception and verifiable have no precise meaning in the English language that is readily understood. That's what the New York Times said about their reporting.
Doug, I love this. This is what I want to see. When we get somebody new, this is a party. Say hello, be like, hey, what you been up to? Start talking, hey, this happened the other day. Then the next stream, you can be like, hey, Doug, how's that thing going? And y'all fucking have your own conversations. Well, this is a party. Let's fucking party. And on that note, whoever's drinking, finish up. But yes, definitely welcome, Just a Cog and JR, as well as everybody else. Thank you, Doug, for being exactly the type of viewer that I want here. Anna as well. Let's fucking party.
So this is what we have to deal with. It's right out of 1984. It's New York Times making these arguments, and we're going to win this lawsuit, and we're going to depose the New York Times soon, within a matter of months, within the year, and we're going to post those deposition tapes to YouTube, which is what they really fear. I've been deposed a dozen times. There's nothing for me to fear. I'll answer any question. I've got nothing to hide except for the identity of our sources and some of our donors. That's the First Amendment right. They have everything to hide.
I got 3.
Am I making boneheaded statements like that under oath on video? It's going to embarrass the hell out of them.
Hey guys, Michael Malice here. We have a new sponsor with amazing.
And since we're using their whole content, let's let them use their sponsors. Thank you, Michael Malice, and you're welcome for letting us use your content under the Free Use Act. So please don't copyright.
Extreme altitude wines from the Bonner Private Wine Partnership. I just put out a bottle of their 9
Bonner?
back the other evening.
Barely even know her.
And everyone seemed to like it. It's grilling season, and the flavors go great with any meat you're gonna have. They're unlike any wine you've ever tasted. Blackberry, leather, smoke, and a little dark cherry. These wines are almost impossible to get on your own because the producers deep in the Andes Mountains make limited quantity. The best part, they've cut out the middleman. No large markup. Today, I have an amazing introductory offer. If you visit bonnerprivatewines.com/Michael, you'll not only get wine for over 50%.
See, I tried to do something nice.
/Michael to claim your bonus bottle and become.
Really? All right, sorry guys. Struggle streaming. We got it.
1984, and this is one of the reasons I'm so hopeful about the future of this country, because for them it is like 1984, not the book, but the era. They seem to be living, and many other outlets like the New York Times seem to be living in this world where they have a monopoly control of the mic, where information has to come to the masses through them, that they're basically these gatekeepers or filters, and they can put out whatever information you want. Think about if it's 1984, if the New York Times comes after James O'Keefe, there's no possibility for James O'Keefe really to kind of present his point of view. Maybe you go to the New York Post or something, but certainly in terms of power dynamics, the article against James in the New York Times versus the Post or some newsletter you send out is going to be enormous asymmetry. Now,
I would say that in general, he's right. If the New York Times prints a front page article about James O'Keefe and says he's disinformation, whatever. In a 1984 world, yeah, he would be absolutely just done for. Luckily, we're not, even though we are definitely heading in that direction, we're not quite there yet. And that is why we are able to, he was able to go on this podcast. This alone got 78,000 views. We got a bunch of us watching it and talking about it here. And I know that you guys are going to be the notification for me and take the URL and put it all over Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and all that stuff so we can make this party happen. But that's the one difference that I think we have now, even though he's talking about, yes, that is still an enormous asymmetry. Way more people saw the New York Times article than will ever hear a single word from James O'Keefe. But it is those who choose to pay attention, those who choose to accept the responsibility of being a true citizen, in the sense that you are going to take part in what's going on. You're not just going to sit back and reap the benefits of the world that we live in. You're going to continue to make it such. It's the men who plant trees under the shade which they will never enjoy. That is what pushes America forward. That is what brings progress, actual progress, not progressivism, but actual progress.
Someone can go on Twitter, can go on YouTube. When I put my books out on Amazon that I produced myself, it's equal. It's the same page. It's the same possibility for anyone to click and watch the video. And the fact that you're on a level playing field with these people is an enormous threat to them. Because other than the brand name, which is not nothing, why am I trusting this article from this source as opposed to this source, as opposed to, I don't care who's putting it out, I want the facts. And this is an enormous threat to their business model.
Well, they ask you to trust them by virtue of their own decree that they ought to be trusted.
Yes, yeah.
Boom. Let's hear that one more time. We got a couple comments here. Doug said, I think a lot of people think they're listening because they're watching Fox, NBC, and CNN. Yeah. Oh, 3 different sources. That is exactly the mentality I had when we entered the first Trump era. And that is exactly what led me to what I've told you guys many times is the most shameful thing I've ever done. Despite being a drug addict for 5 years, maybe more, maybe less, but about 5 years, the most shameful thing I ever did, cast a vote for Hillary Clinton. I was this person. And I was like, yeah, I'm getting it all. Throw in a little Huffington Post, throw in some Vice, throw in some Vox, throw in some BuzzFeed. I'm like, yo, I'm on top of all of this. I made condescending Facebook posts about how other people need to download I don't even remember, Smart News, the Smart News app, so that they could get all these different perspectives. And then they screwed over Barney. Then they screwed over Bernie, and I voted for Hillary. So if you are somebody who thinks you are getting a lot because you are listening or watching Fox, NBC, CNN, ABC, Huffington Post, New York Times, any of those, you're better off than the people who aren't reading anything. Sure. But there's a lot more work to do. So yeah, Doug says you voted for Biden and Kamala. More for Kamala. I don't know if that's better or worse, but we've all made shitty decisions. The only thing we can do now is try to make sure that we don't do it again, and that is why I have said I never, ever, 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 ever will vote against anyone ever again. If I cast a vote, that vote is going to be for somebody who has earned my vote. I'm not just a number. I'm not just another American. I mean, I am, but I'm not. That's not all I am. I am somebody that you, Mr. Politician, need to convince. Otherwise, you don't get my vote. And I think if more people took that position instead of just automatically going to the lesser of two evils, we'd be a lot better off. I just voted Republican in the midterm, but I'm going to buy and wear a Kamala shirt unironically. All right, fair enough. She makes me laugh when she laughs. She makes me laugh when she talks. I know that we are at war, okay? And war is bad, okay? Because we don't want to be at war, okay? So there's a country, okay, called Ukraine. And there's another country called Russia. That's Kamala Harris. So you wear that shirt loud and proud. Maybe you can get it at my6shirt.com. But I will not be doing the same.
There's a guy named Jay Rosen who wrote, he's an NYU journalism
Oh, he's
professor.
horrible.
But I agree with him on one thing he said. He said, when you're a journalist and you use an anonymous source, you're withdrawing from your ATM. You're
this is bars. This is bars.
making a withdrawal on your reputational
Yes.
currency. When you don't use an anonymous source, that is to say, like when you actually show documents, like, maybe video of people doing the thing, you're depositing into your bank account. But if all you do is make withdrawals and say, according to people familiar with the matter, hey, guess what? I don't trust that. I don't trust people familiar with the matter. I don't know who these people
I said shit. Me too.
are. I don't know if they said what they said. I don't know if you're doctoring the quotes, if you're using hyperbole, mendacious innuendo. When you only, and by the way, the New York Times did a story on Trump's tax returns, which was the day after our ballot harvesting story. And they didn't show any sources on the record. They didn't quote, you didn't see anybody's lips moving. You didn't even see a single document.
Yeah.
And the New York Times says, according to people familiar with the matter, I don't trust you because you just defamed me. And then under oath, you lied. You contradicted yourself. And now you're caught red-handed. So how many other, Mike, I mean, this is one lawsuit. How many other thousands of times in this country have people been defamed? And I'm a public figure. That means that I have to prove actual malice in court of law. How many tens of thousands of people have been defamed, but they have no redress, they have no money, they don't have the will, the $1 million it takes to get to a jury trial. And you begin to question everything that you are told by these newspapers. In fact, funny anecdote.
So before he goes into the funny anecdote, let me run that back and one second quick. Because this is something that is echoed by a lot of people, and is exactly why I wanted to talk about this
in court of law. How many tens of thousands of people have been defamed, but they have no redress? They have no.
How many people don't have redress?
Money. They don't have the will, the $1 million it takes to get to a jury trial, and you begin to question everything.
You begin to question everything. I remember, even after all of everything since 2015, I was still in the position when Rona came around that I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to get this jab, but like, I'm sure, it'll be, rolled out and it'll be a thing. And so I'll just wait until it becomes inconvenient and then I'll just go get it. But then because of the media, I began to question everything. And so statistically, yes, it does not make sense for somebody to not get the jab. Statistically, it makes sense. But also, based on what information? It makes sense as long as you trust the information they are telling you about it. And it's not my fault that I don't trust them. It's not your fault that you don't trust them. It's their fault that you don't trust them. So they're ready to sit on their high horse and call you this, that, and the other for whatever reason. It's no wonder. It's no fucking wonder why people are beginning to question everything. This is the idea of being woke. What it originally meant. I think that's turned more into being red-pilled, but that's what I didn't, but I would love some if you have some. That was my drug of choice. Oh, I love me some opioids. But yeah, the fact of the matter is, if I cannot trust you, I'm just going to go on the anecdotal evidence that I have. If you have better information and a reason to oh, I don't know about what opiate it's lawsuit. I don't know. I just thought we were talking about drugs. I love me some drugs because I was talking about being a drug addict before. Yeah, what lawsuit? But yeah, this is why so many people are questioning everything. It's because they have made it so. With conflicting information, with bad sourcing, all of that stuff. You would be stupid to continue trusting them.
That you are told by these newspapers. In fact, funny anecdote, I've confronted many of these New York Times reporters, like 60 Minutes does, but one guy, Adam Goldman is his name.
Do you remember what Judge President Bush said about him?
What was that?
He was at a baseball game with Dick Cheney, I think, right when he was sworn in. He goes, "See that over there? It's Adam Goldman, major league asshole for the New York Times."
He said
and Cheney goes, "Oh yeah, big time," and he had to apologize because it was a hot mic.
I did not know that. Is that on YouTube or something?
Yes.
Adam Goldman, New York Times reporter. You know, he won't engage in conversation. They send emails at the last second. They don't want to talk to you.
And I'm not familiar with this. If you have an article or something, you could drop in the Discord. That would be awesome. Are you in the Discord? Anybody who's not in the Discord, I don't know what you're doing. The link is in the description. It is free. We are always hanging out. We are always talking. We are always having a grand old time. And that is definitely where you can drop links, articles, videos, all that kind of stuff if you want me to talk about it on stream. So hit that link, join the party, the after party.
They don't even care what you say. They've already written your thing. And the one time he walked up to me was when I was in federal court last month at a jury trial inside a federal building where I cannot record, right? It's illicit to record video or audio inside a courtroom. Then he walked up to me, right? Because he's in his lair. He's like the mushroom in the dark. He talks to me inside the federal building because he knows I can't record the events in question and he can describe them. So the good news is these people are scared of sunlight. Yes, they're afraid of conversation. People like conversations like.
Oh, I love that. These people are afraid of sunlight. What does that mean? That means all we need to do is shed light on the truth, and their entire facade disintegrates. But again, it comes back to who's going to do it? Who has the resources? Who has the balls to potentially give up any kind of normal ability to navigate through society for the greater good? You cannot comply your way out of tyranny. So you can stick your head in the sand for a period of time, but eventually they're coming for you too. They're coming for all.
Right now, they hate that. And I think ultimately rock beats scissors. Videotape and reality beats propaganda every time.
The other thing which I think is very effective in terms of what you were presenting as your view of the media is Twitter. Because when you and I were kids, and probably everyone listening to this, when you hear the expression New York Times reporter or Harvard law professor, you have a certain idea of heft, of gravitas. This person might have a certain ideology, but they have worked hard. They're the brightest among us. And at the very least, they earn a certain amount of deference and respect. And then you.
So actually, I wanna. I don't really care enough to put up a poll. So do you agree with that? That the what he's talking about? Actually, let's do this, and just give me a yes or no.
Have a certain idea of heft, of gravitas. New York Times reporter or Harvard law professor, you have a certain idea of heft, of gravitas. This person might have a certain ideology, but they have worked hard. They're the brightest among us, and at the very least, they earn a certain amount of deference and respect.
Do you agree that at least up until 2015, that was the case? Even if you were a diehard Republican, that when it comes to the New York Times, okay, ideologically they may be different, but these are people we can trust. These are people who are doing the work. These are people who understand things better than the average person. Is that a thing? Or do you think that was a thing, rather?
And then you look at their Twitter, and you see that they are tweeting the same way as everyone's stupid uncle, just in all caps and with emojis, just basic generic ideological blather. You realize, wait a minute, these are not impressive people. These are people with an impressive credential, but that only will take you so far.
That's a part of growing up in general, I think, is that when you're a kid, you look at adults and you think that they know what they're doing. And at every stage of life, you get there. You get to be, you're a baby and you get to be a toddler. You're a toddler, you get to be a teenager. You get a teenager, you get to be, you turn 21. You turn 21, you're looking at, people in their 30s. And you always think those people have it figured out. But you get there, you look around at your peers, and you're like, oh, okay. Everybody's just retarded. Yeah, Justin Cog says that was a thing about the New York Times, but not anymore. Certainly, I think a lot of us agree with that sentiment. And that's exactly what Michael Malice is saying here, is that used to be what it was. That used to be a thing. How and why would you give that up? Sure, there's definitely people who are of that ideology. Anna says not literally everyone though. There's exceptions to the rule, but those people are in fact exceptions, and the rule is that you're full of shit. And Twitter has been the biggest. Talking about sunlight, no more sunlight has been shown on the true nature of journalists than Twitter. People who are like monks. What do you mean? Are we talking about journalists or are we talking about consumers of news? I'm not sure. If you want to clarify that for me.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to fight. We at Veritas have had to fight for every result that we get, and it's usually a resignation, or it's despite our reputation on Wikipedia and with the powers that be. And these journalists again rely upon the fact that they're trusted because they say they are incredible sources.
Mm-hmm.
There's one guy named Jacob Bagaj on CNN who was dripping with hubris when Anderson Cooper asked him about the story. It's on our website. It's amazing to watch. He goes, "Well, credible journalist, Anderson, according to credible journalist." It's dripping with condescending hubris. They depend so much on their own declarations that they're credible. And I just think it's more exciting to show people the reality. I think it's more fun for you to see the facts and the evidence. People want that. People are drawn to believe the evidence of their eyes and ears. And as George.
So I agree with Anna here. Saying there's people who know what they're doing. And, amongst all people, there absolutely is, I let's say that I am very much white pilled. We were just talking the other day about how I think Gen Z, as they get older, they're going to do much better than us millennials have done in, the 20s of a millennial was talking about adulting. I think Gen Z is going to see that. And by the time they get there, what I was just talking about, like, oh, the millennials got it figured out, thinks the Gen Z ninth grader. But then that Gen Z kid is in college and they're like, oh, wait a minute. Like, I was looking at millennials when they were here thinking they knew what was good. But clearly that wasn't the case. And it says Eckhart Tolle calls them unconscious. Yeah, unconscious bots. The NPCs. Anybody who's just following the trends. It's not a new concept. Useful idiots. It's the idea of a nitwit versus a midwit. Nitwit is just somebody who's too stupid. But especially in the context of politics, a midwit is somebody who is much more dangerous because going back to the notion of the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's the people who feel that they are in some range above everybody else. They think they're way up here. So this is the Dunning-Kruger effect for those who are not too familiar. Let's do that. And so it's knowledge and conviction. So how much do you know, and how much do you feel like you know about it? So you start right. Usually with anything, you actually technically start here, and then you learn a little bit, and you shoot up way into here to pretty damn sure you know a whole lot about and a whole lot and feeling great about it. Then as you learn a little bit more, you're like, do I actually really know that much? And then as you're tumbling down, you're like, oh fuck, I didn't realize I had no clue about any of this. Look at this as me and my journey with understanding the Second Amendment. This is exactly what my journey was like. And then you keep learning, and then as you learn and you realize how much you don't know, you start being ashamed and embarrassed about not knowing that much. But then you continue to learn, and you get that legitimate conviction because you actually do know what you're talking about. And there's too many people up on they call it Mount Stupid, right up here. They call this part Mount Stupid. Way too many stuck at Mount Stupid. And it says, do you think there are people who are genuinely solipsistic? Like, absolutely. 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 I think, so solipsism is just like the notion that like, basically that you're the main character of your own story, and really that you really only look at how things affect what's right in front of you. It can be, just right in front of you in terms of not affecting other people. And it can also be solipsistic in terms of time, where you're not thinking about the future, you're just thinking about the immediate future, like right now. But yeah, I think there is an epidemic of people who think that way. Whether you want to call it egocentrism or solipsism or anything else, the notion of being obsessed with what do I want and how do I get it as fast as I can by any means necessary. Or alternatively, what do I want and how do I do the absolute bare minimum to get it, regardless of who is hurt along the way. Absolutely, I think solipsism is readily apparent in the worst possible way.
George Orwell said
great question though.
Winston said, the protagonist in 1984, which by the way was the year I was born. I think that's quite prophetic. Winston said, the party asks you to reject the evidence of your own eyes and ears. That is the party's most essential commandment, that you don't trust your own eyes. And I just think that I have a fundamental belief in the free people.
Everyone is an NPC. There are exceptions. Where we go? Not literally everyone, but also yes. That's my position on solipsism. Most people, I believe, based on my own personal experience, most people are NPCs. They're just walking around. They're not that they're not actually human, but just in the colloquial sense of the term, that they're not actually engaging with the world beyond whatever makes them immediately happy, immediately not hungry anymore. They want to fuck, so they go and whatever. They don't care if a baby comes out of it. All of that is this, I think, the default for most people. There might be enough who are not like this to keep the world turning. I mean, seems to be that way, somewhat. But the NPCs are the ones who are reproducing at a much higher rate than anybody else. So doesn't look good for the future.
That if they're given access to raw information, that they will trust it.
Do you know what the basis for that 1984 anecdote you just told is something that I don't know if it's literally a basis, but it's something that the Soviets joked about even as early as the 1930s. So in Soviet culture, there's something called anecdote, which are little jokes you tell, but these jokes often have a punchline that tells a truth that you cannot speak publicly, otherwise you're going to get in trouble. And the joke is the Russian president, I think it was Kalinin at the time, is giving a speech.
We're heading there. We're heading there to the place where this idea of this idea of free speech, we already see it being eroded. And what are you talking about? We're headed there. Jerry Springer and Dr. Phil. Huh? Oh, like the people who watch that stuff? I mean, to be fair, when I was in elementary school, or maybe not, maybe middle school, and I was looking to become a psychologist and go to, because I got my degree in psychology, I used to love watching Dr. Phil. But I was in middle school. The people who end up on there. Definitely the people who end up on there. For sure. But let's back this up because he is he's
about how
absolutely
there's
on
all
point.
these amazing
Talking about the Russian joke that the punchline is something that if you said it, you'd get in trouble.
You tell, but these jokes often have a punchline that tells a truth that you cannot speak publicly, otherwise you're going to get in trouble. And the joke is the Russian president, I think it was Kalinin at the time, is giving a speech about how there's all these amazing new skyscrapers on Karl Marx Street. And one of the workers in the audience gets up and raises his hand and goes, "Comrade, I walk on Karl Marx Street every day. There's no skyscrapers there." He goes, "Hey, maybe if you read a newspaper, you'd learn something instead of looking outside, like on the street with your own eyes."
That's a great joke. Let's listen to it one more time. That was good.
I think it was Kalina that tells a truth that you cannot speak publicly, otherwise you're going to get in trouble. And the joke is the Russian president, I think it was Kalina at the time, is giving a speech about how there's all these amazing new skyscrapers on Karl Marx Street. And one of the workers in the audience gets up and raises his hand and goes, "Comrade, I walk on Karl Marx Street every day. There's no skyscrapers there." He goes, "Hey, maybe if you read a newspaper, you'd learn something instead of looking outside, like on the street with your own eyes."
So obviously the comparison is the drastic difference between the world outside, reality, and what's being reported in the news on either side. The joke being that the news is the truth more than the truth is the truth. That's a dark joke.
So like that mindset was even being made fun of in the Soviet Union, 90 years ago.
90 years ago.
Is it kind of, it seems to me almost, I almost feel bad for them, how incompetent they are at trying to push people away from watching your content. This kind of like, "Oh, no, don't look at it. It's all made up." It's like,
right.
It's a video. It's
evidently not working. I mean, we're in the suburbs of New York, and last week 1010 Wins, CBS News. These are the radio stations mothers listen to when they drop their kids off at school. These are the most listened to radio stations in America. 1010 Wins. We give you 22 minutes. We'll give you the world. They were reporting at the top of the hour that Mayor Adams fired this aide that we caught on tape. The aide called Mayor Adams corrupt.
And so I'm interested in this. Anna Jill says, Tony Robbins likes to say the map is not the territory. So I don't necessarily have very strong opinions on Tony Robbins. I saw the documentary or whatever. It was like a limited series, something like that was on Netflix. And before that, I had really my only exposure to Tony Robbins was watching Shallow Hal. And I just assumed that he was this bullshit life coach type dude. But it does seem like he has some very good ideas, and he's good at reaching the people that need to be reached by him. Like, I personally would never, ever pay money to go listen to Tony Robbins speak. But that's the Netflix thing, right? I'm Not Your Guru with Tony Robbins. So for him saying the map is not the territory, The map is not the territory. What does that mean to you? Yeah, he makes his most money off rich people. I mean, I guess, no hate on the hustle, that's for sure. Yeah. $5,000 to go tell him, you can do it. You just got to believe in yourself. And again, it's deeper than that. He's saying the map is not the territory, whatever the hell that means. But yeah, Anna, what does that mean to you? What does it
and was mocking first responders for not being vaccinated. He said, fuck them if they didn't get the vaccine. And Mayor Adams fired him.
And Trump, who I don't love, just said in his speech the other day that all of those people who were fired will not only be rehired, but they will be rehired with an apology. Which in politics is huge. Trump is a cultural populist type dude. Yes, it was wrong to fire all these people for that reason. It's not just about giving them their jobs back. It is the fact that people like us were demonized and made to be second-class citizens for 2 whole years. So yes, an apology would be very much appreciated. Again, going back to the quote, the map is not the territory. And it says it means the news, a book, even your ideas and memories are all representations, not reality. And then Jessica Cog adds, maps are 2D. Exploring the territory is an experience. I like that. I like that a lot. Very cool. And that's what I was saying. There's definitely worse people to listen to than Tony Robbins. But also,
so we're still able to break through. Kind of. There's a glitch in the matrix. We're able to get a reaction.
All right, Andrew Tate.
By virtue of the fact that they fire the person, and then what Mayor Adams' spokesperson said is, "Well, O'Keefe's a liar and doctor's tapes, but we're firing this guy." And if you look at the comments, even their supporters, there's a local TV station in New York called WPix 11. These are all lefties, and they're like, "It doesn't make sense." This is what they were saying on television. It doesn't.
Wait a minute, lefties not making sense? Are you telling me? You're telling me that lefties are not making sense? No.
Doesn't make sense for you to call Veritas liars, but then fire the guy for saying the thing that O'Keefe is reporting that he said. It just doesn't make it's almost like pouring water on a robot. They malfunction, and that's how we're able to, I guess, bridge the divide, because we are so divided. But
that's crazy for him to compare the journalism press industry to a robot that's had water poured on it. Bars. Doug's a Robbins fan too. All right. Maybe I gotta look into him a little bit more. Maybe I'm missing out. Who knows? Come on.
That's how we're able to, I guess, bridge the divide, because we are so divided. But in a strange way, we're kind of bringing people together, because to watch all these lefty pundits go at each other's throats, trying to make sense of this irrational thing, I think that sort of journalism, actually brings people together. It shows
them.
People,
that wasn't me.
You point out the Soviet Union. I wrote a book called American Pravda,
right.
And I don't probably know as much as you, but I read a little bit. I read Solzhenitsyn, and it struck me that in the Soviet Union, people knew they were being lied to, and they privately joked about it. Would you say that was a fair characterization of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s?
Oh, well, it got worse and worse. So the concept was you had something called public truths and public lies and private truths. So everyone, including at the very top, you would go out there and say what you need. It was like Veep, right? You go out there when you're in front of the cameras, you're in front of the people. This is great. Everything's working, so on and so forth. And you get home and you're just like, oh God, it was work. It was basically work. In fact,
I didn't watch too much of Veep. I watched the first, I think like the first season. But if it's anything like House of Cards, which lots of people have said that is pretty much on point, then makes a lot of sense.
One of his things that he did, he's almost like a Grandpa Simpson character. I read him a lot about him in my next book. What he would do is he would take.
Hey, we got indie film in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. We are answering the question tonight. Is Project Veritas the last bastion of real journalism? Thank you so much.
Take these Russian jokes, and then he would tell them in American audiences, and some of it would be broadcast in the Soviet Union. And it's a very effective way to subvert their propaganda because it's using humor. He's a smiling old man. And one example is there was this big farm, and the commissar comes and he looks at the farm and he goes, "How is the wheat, farm man?" And the farmer's like, "Oh, comrade, the wheat, it's this, it's from here to Siberia." He goes, "Okay, what about the potatoes?" "Oh, the potatoes, comrade, if we stacked all the potatoes in this year's yield, it would reach the foot of God." And the commissar goes, "This is the Soviet Union. There is no God here." And he goes, "That's okay. We're not so, but he's using humor to point out that we can't feed our people. So you see, you laugh, but it lets that knife in through the guard. And that was very much this, and it's that way. I also did a book on North Korea. I was in there, and it's very much this idea of when you're in public and people are watching you. When you're at home, it's a very different situation.
That's very applicable. That's very applicable to the question you asked me before about, do these people have a conscience in the media? Do they tell you the truth? And what I found in our reporting is that it's a weird, I'm not a psychologist, so let me just give you the facts and we can talk about it.
I am. Well, I'm not a psychologist, but I do have a degree in psychology. So,
Like in Connecticut, we did this story on this principal who said, "We don't hire Christians. We don't hire Catholics." He says, "We don't hire people over the age of 30. All this is illegal. You can't discriminate on the basis of age."
And we watched that. We watched the entire video and broke it down. If you haven't checked out that stream, the dude is in the thumbnail saying, "Do not hire any Christians. I do not hire anybody who is over 30. And I just want to say, I love that you guys are having your own conversations in the chat. I'm not being sarcastic. I do love it. That's what I want. Even if you're not interested in the topic that we're talking about, I want you guys to feel like you can come here and just hang out with everybody. So keep it going. Love it, love it, love it. So that now that that's starting to happen, please don't be offended if I don't pull your comment up. If it's something that was aimed at me and I thought it was someone else, and you just say, "Oh, did you see my comment?" or whatever. But awesome, we are building this community. We are doing it. We are doing it.
Wait, can I ask why he wouldn't want to hire Christians or Catholics?
He talked about this subtle indoctrination program. This is the associate or assistant principal in Greenwich, Connecticut. Okay. The associate principal is in charge of hiring, and he says they tend to be more conservative. And he wants people to vote Democrat. I mean, he says it's like a Saturday Night Live version of a teacher that you or I would cast if we were going to central casting.
Yeah, super facts, Anna.
Yeah. This man says all these.
Follow him on Twitter. And he is a radical. Like, he's very smart, and I think exactly. And 2022. And I think it's in the same way. He's good friends with Dave Smith. We've talked a lot about Dave Smith. From Part of the Problem, the stand-up comic who is working very closely with the Libertarian Party. And the two of them are good friends because both of them are very strong idealists in the sense that what they believe is very provocative and is almost pie in the sky. But the beauty of that is that they understand that aspect. They understand. Michael Malice understands that America is not going to become this giant anarchist plot of land. But that doesn't mean that in a practical sense, we can't move as close to that ideal as possible. And same thing with Dave Smith, who is an anarcho-capitalist, essentially the same thing, but understanding that is not something that we're going to vote into office and that's going to be the law of the land, but just as an ideology and as an ideal place. If we were to live in a utopia, that is what we would want. And so, okay, we don't live in a utopia, but we can still get as close to it as possible, or at least try.
Things he does not know he's recorded. And what's interesting about the reaction to it was the teachers union in the state, this is the Education Association, was so obsessed with ensuring their members were not talking to anybody and talking about what they believe. And I find a lot of parallels between the example you just gave about the Soviet Union, because they're almost obsessed with not being in a place where someone can have a conversation with them about what it is that they believe. Rather than reform the behavior, it's about making it more difficult for someone to have access to them. Yes. I saw this yesterday with Mark Kelly. I was just in it.
And I'm just no pressure either way, but I'm just dropping the link to the YouTube stream if you want to come over so you can see everybody else's chat. Feel free to stay over wherever you are, do your thing, but just it's there if you want it.
In Arizona, we did a story on Mark Kelly, the senator running in Arizona, We did a video about his staffer privately saying the things like, well, tell the voters that you're pro-life, even though that we're not. We have to deceive them in order to win. This is what, the sort of thing she says privately. So word gets out that I'm in Arizona, and Mark Kelly doesn't even show up to his own event for fear that Project Veritas microphone, this is an open microphone, might be there. So he doesn't even show up. That's how much they fear. I mean, it's
Wait,
remarkable.
James, I'm just imagining he gets the call. He's like, what? James O'Keefe's in town? It's like, all right, get the spaceship ready. I'm going to the moon for a day.
I'm not even going to show up to my own event because there might be a reporter there. I mean,
that is a sign of a principled individual. That is a sign of somebody who really knows what they stand on and how to defend it.
So they're not, on one hand, the powers that be, are not reforming their behavior. They don't have a conscience. On the other hand, the 88 to 92% of Americans watch all this shit and they go, that's crazy. I'm waking up, whatever the metaphor is, black pill, red pill, who knows what pill.
Stay woke.
I'm waking up now and I'm seeing this shenanigans and I reject it. While you have the Education Association, let's put them in the 8% of political science. They're the extremists. We've done stories on teachers unions giving payoff to teachers who were allegedly raping a child. They're so ideologically extreme that they'll cover up any abuse, but they only represent the 8%. So I think, again, I'm going back to my premise here, that the work that we're trying to do is bringing people together in this country by exposing the lie behind the curtain.
Hey guys, good software delivery gets teams working,
All right,
keeps
you
projects
got
on
one.
track, and customers happy. Bad software.
You got one, Michael Malice. I appreciate you letting us use your content, but we're not watching commercials. Sorry, bro.
Hobbs on video.
Yes.
Okay, there was this great moment. If people haven't seen it, you have to watch it. Katie Hobbs, who is currently the Democratic nominee for governor in Arizona.
I haven't. Have you guys seen a video, Katie Hobbs? We might have to check this out. Let me back this up and see exactly what he's talking about. Because I am not a fan of Katie Hobbs, and if there's some shit, say, look, I was just watching Everything Wrong with Captain America: The Winter Soldier. If you're not, if you guys are movie fans and you don't know the channel Cinema Sins, so much fun. But okay, what were they talking about?
Guys, I'm 90% sure it was who had Katie Hobbs on video.
Yes.
Okay, there was this great moment. If people haven't seen it, you have to watch it. Katie Hobbs, who is currently the Democratic nominee for governor in Arizona. She's running neck and neck with Carrie Lake, who's been a previous guest on this show.
Shouts to Carrie Lake.
Even though John Fetterman is perfectly comfortable. Well, he wasn't comfortable, but anyway, he did it. He bit the bullet. And there was this great moment where she's just eating by herself. I don't understand, by the way, how if you're a gubernatorial candidate, you don't even have your family or like a staffer with you, which is very
loser.
This is a very important point you're making, and it's something I've learned in our political reporting in these Senate races, is that it's really funny, particularly Democrats in red states, they can't say what they actually believe.
Right.
So they have this weird Machiavellian strategy. So Hobbs, our reporter R.C. Maxwell, goes up to her at Lenny's fast food restaurant in Arizona, and she freaks out and she spills her drink, and then she runs into the bathroom to hide from him.
She's running on camera. That's the funniest part.
They always run. The Pfizer executive ran away from me as fast as you can possibly imagine. Imagine how bad it must be when there's nothing you can utter that won't make your circumstances worse than they already are.
But here's the thing. Like, if you're a politician, the joke used to be, what's the most dangerous place in Washington? Standing between Chuck Schumer and a camera, right? You're running for governor. There's a mic. This is your opportunity to put these projects
They're
now in place. Be like, you're lying. This is what I stand for. You guys are terrible, and you're with Carrie Lake, and she's bad for America. And just give a stump speech. And if you know how to monologue, you should be running for governor.
Because this is
currently hiding
their whole philosophy.
Struggle streaming. All right, before we get any further in that, it looks like this is what they are talking about. So let's see. What is pitch meeting? I don't know what that means. Let's get rid of this. Let's get this. So this is the video that they're talking about. We'll back that up once they're done. Just a 2-minute video here. Let's go.
They're now both currently hiding in bathrooms.
How's it going? Didn't mean to scare you there. R.C. Maxwell with Project Veritas Action. Just want to ask a brief question about the statements that you've made. Oh, just spill your soda.
Let's keep in mind that this woman just won to be the Arizona governor. Mayor, pretty sure. But she beat Carrie Lake, somebody who is very well spoken, somebody who is very intelligent, and somebody who 1000% cares about America First type policies. This is who people voted for.
Question about statements that he's made. Oh, just
Loser!
Are you going to clean that up or just leave that here for the business? I just wanted to ask you about the comments you made on undercover footage regarding having a disdain for discussing politics. Do you recall that, Secretary Hobbs? You kind of talked about how you don't like to discuss policy, you don't like to debate.
Don't like to discuss policy and don't like to debate. So, granted, John Fetterman did win, but how are you even better at the job than a guy who legitimately had a stroke? If you won't talk policy or debate.
Just wanted to know if that is informing your decision.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk politics with anyone who I don't know.
I don't want to talk politics to anyone I don't know. Says the fucking governor! You're the governor! That's your job!
You've been caught on camera discussing your disdain for policy. Secretary, she's going inside of a restroom. She's ran. Secretary Hobbs has ran. She doesn't want to discuss policy with me.
Or anybody else.
I would love nothing more than the opportunity to
That was kind of moments. I would love nothing. Let me do her voice. I would love nothing more than the opportunity to have a substantive conversation about the issues. Would you though?
have a substantive conversation about that issue.
Lie detector determined that was a lie. Stop the cap.
You want to talk about comments Mr. Hobbs have made on
That's Five Guys for sure. This is definitely a Five Guys.
camera, undercover camera?
Yup, that's a Five Guys.
Wolf, your tenant is currently hiding. You don't own this restaurant. She's currently hiding in that restroom. You want to talk to me about
What a loser! Hiding in the bathroom.
the statements your candidate has made on camera?
He's a spokesman, isn't
She
he?
talked about running from a debate. They're now both currently hiding in bathrooms. Mr. Wolf was here to save her. Now he's hiding in a bathroom. Secretary Hobbs is, oh, he's out of the bathroom. Mr.
All
Wolf is
right, Poopy's done.
out of
Let's
the
see.
bathroom. We're gonna leave. There's a car right here. Considering your campaign drives around with an AR.
Okay.
15, don't you think rules for thee but not for me is problematic for someone running for state office?
Would Katie support something like an assault weapons ban? If she could, yeah. I mean, the problem is that's a federal issue.
An assault weapons ban. Now, I guess that is internally consistent because an AR-15 is not an assault weapon, right? So I guess, you know, getting rid of the M16s, but AR-15s are okay.
Issue, right? There's nothing she could do about it, right? At least immediately, right? Instead of kind of advocating for it publicly, which is really more impactful.
So this raises a question because we saw in the both the Connecticut principal who wouldn't hire conservatives or people older than 30, as well as our Aflac dude, they were speaking to women. This guy is talking to a dude. Now, I mean, if he's gay, then that makes sense. But and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're just giving up government secrets to just some dude and you're not trying to fuck him, then what are you doing?
The car's locked, Ms. Hobbs. Secretary Hobbs, ladies and gentlemen, running from a Project Veritas action reporter, doesn't want to discuss policy.
Emotional damage.
Anyone who I don't know.
So that is what they are talking about. So let's back this up for a moment. And
What I stand for.
exactly what the
Dangerous
word.
place in Washington, standing between Chuck Schumer and a camera, right? You're running.
Hold on. Hold on. One second. All right. Good enough. Good enough.
This is a very important point. This is a very important point you're making, and it's something I've learned in our political reporting in these Senate races, is that it's really funny, particularly Democrats in red states, they can't say what they actually believe.
Right.
Of
So they have
course.
this weird Machiavellian strategy. So Hobbs, our reporter R.C. Maxwell, goes up to her at Lenny's fast food restaurant in Arizona, and she
Again, this is the video we just watched.
freaks out and she spills her drink, and then she runs into the bathroom to hide from him.
But she's running on camera. That's the funniest part.
They
She
always
knocks over
run.
the drink.
But the Pfizer executive ran away from me as fast as you can possibly imagine. Imagine how bad it must be when there's nothing you can utter that won't make your circumstances worse than they already are.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that it's not a faux pas for them to be running. Exactly what he just said. There is nothing that they can utter to make the situation any better. And so even running away on camera, this is like when Prince Andrew was talking about Epstein. And everybody's like, why are you doing this? Clearly, somebody was like, you've got two options. You can go, I think it was Barbara Walters, or I could be completely making that up. Doesn't matter. But you can go on TV and tell everybody how fucking weird and stupid you are. Or... And guess what he chose?
Here's the thing. Like, if you're a politician, the joke used to be, what's the most dangerous place in Washington? Standing between Chuck Schumer and a camera, right? You're running for governor. There's a mic. This is your opportunity to put these Project Veritas jerks in their place. Be like, you're lying. This is what I stand for. You guys are terrible. And you're with Carrie Lake and she's bad for America. And just give a stump speech. And if you know how to monologue, you shouldn't be running for governor.
Because
that, I mean, how much more simply can you put it? You are running for public office. There should be no circumstance under which you are not willing to speak, unless somebody is gravely acting in bad faith. And then you're like, all right, clearly you're not here the way I'm here to try to have this conversation. That's a different situation. But you had a reporter coming up and not asking personal questions, not asking gotcha questions. You've stated publicly that you don't want to talk about policy. You've stated publicly that you won't talk with anybody that you don't know. Why? But she still won. She still won. That is the governor of the state that I was thinking of moving to. Or the mayor. Yeah, it's got to be governor. Governor, yeah.
This is an important point. Their whole philosophy relies upon this belief. We're reporting in Arizona yesterday that tell the voters that you are pro-life, even though that you're not. Because, and this is a direct quote,
stop the cap.
You have to play both sides.
Wow.
So imagine you're one of them and you're working for an organization that believes in that shit. It's an irrational philosophy, by the way. You can only believe X. You can't believe non-X. It's the law of non-contradiction. But this is your life. This is your motto. Yeah. And when someone shines a light on you, there's nothing that you can do. The only thing you can do is apologize and resign or flee. You have those are your only two options. You have to run away, because to engage in conversation is to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
To say anything at all.
And again, Katie Hobbs did exactly the perfectly right thing. She refused to debate Carrie Lake. She refused to talk to Project Veritas. And now she's in office. And so again, the question looms. Is Project Veritas the last bastion of real journalism? And if so, how precarious of a situation is that really?
Is to damage yourself. And that's the power of cinema verite, right? That's the power of seeing the lips move. They say there's no conspiracy theories when you can see the person's lips. You can see Hobbs in this video actually saying, I can't say what I believe. I can't go out. I can't talk about what she's saying. And then they say, well, you can say the video's fake and doctored and double fake. You're not going to say that under oath. Right. You're not going to say that under oath. That's perjury. You're going to impeach your credibility if you say that under oath. And well, maybe they should sue O'Keefe for defamation. They don't sue me for defamation because they lose. Recently, someone sued us for breach of fiduciary duty. What? That's not a defamation.
To who?
Action. And we can talk about that some other time. But they try to backdoor defamation action to that spurious claim. So yeah, I think it goes back to that Soviet Union. And I think it's we need people to. That's why I've been behind me.
This is all going back to that joke about walking down the street and the person, the Russian politician, saying that there's all these new buildings, and then the guy who actually walks there is like, excuse me, there's no new buildings. And we're just like, well, why don't you read a newspaper instead of just looking around all the time? That was the Soviet Union. This is the United States of America. For now.
It says, be brave. We need people to have a conscience, to grow a pair, that work for these federal agencies, these politicians, and to speak out, because I think that's an important thing to do in life.
You just brought up these lawsuits that you're subject of. I'm curious to hear your thoughts as to these recent rulings against Alex Jones. There's one point parents were thinking of asking for 2.75 trillion, which is more than the GDP, I believe, of like France or Turkey. Does that affect your work? Is that a concern for you?
Good question.
I don't know. There are laws against there are defamation laws in this country. You can't say something that's factually untrue. I have to get up to speed on this. I have to read about it. I don't want to comment on something I'm not fully up to speed on. I need to read the documents.
I mean, Alex Jones definitely defamed those people. Is it worth $1.5 billion? I do not believe so. I think freedom of speech is just a little bit more important, but defamation absolutely is not covered under freedom of speech. So what are you going to do? Would they have gone after Alex Jones if he didn't start with stuff like, they're turning the frogs gay? Maybe, maybe not. But, Five Guys is the one. Get the fuck out of here, you West Coasters, with this, what is it, In-N-Out, what's the other one that people like? There's In-N-Out and there's some other one that's just garbage. If it's not Shake Shack or Five Guys, GTFO. Doug says, I believe the damages are excessive. Yeah, in the Alex Jones show. But I wish Alex wouldn't discuss it 12 times a day. Yeah, he'll go on his show in the middle of the trial. The days that he doesn't have to be in the courtroom. He'll go on his show and talk about, this judge is a fucking blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, chill. Yeah, fuck In-N-Out. Shake Shack is the shit. I don't know if I've had Whataburger. I don't know. Doug says he talks about the trial at length, literally daily. Well, I mean, maybe that's why they tacked on another like $500 million or some shit, didn't they? It was like $900,000. It was almost $1 billion. And then I read something about how there was more. It's like, just shut up, dude. And then a lot of it was, I remember the clip of his lawyer fucked up and sent the prosecution private text messages. It's like, yo, what are you doing? Conspiracy? Coincidence? Who knows? See, that shit lands a lot better when the video starts, when I actually hit the play button instead of getting this fucking circle.
And it's almost like I wish I was there, and I probably should have been there. It sounds like a lot of money. If it's untrue what he said, there are consequences for saying things that are untrue with malice in your heart, if that's what he did. And I try not to do that. I try only to report firsthand, participation, observation, evidence that I see and I can verify. And whether there was some conspiracy there is not something I wish to opine upon, really.
So I think Carl's Jr. is the one that has there's like a different restaurant. There's like two that are the same, right? I think Carl's Jr. and something else. There was a Checkers that was in New Brunswick for a while, and it was really good, but the drive-through literally took like 25 minutes for a burger. And I'm like, I mean, if I'm gonna wait for fast food like that, I'm going to White Castle. Just not that good. Fast food is supposed to be fast. If it's not, and again, Five Guys doesn't really posture themselves as fast food, and so you're Hardee's, Carl's Jr. and Hardee's. So I've definitely I had them once, so they're not Checkers. So I thought I had them. So I haven't had Carl's Jr. Haven't had Whataburger. So definitely got to try those. But I will remain open-minded. But I will be very surprised, simply because of the toppings available, that Hardee's or Whataburger would be able to provide me with a better burger than the one that I would order at Five Guys. And they don't charge, they don't, they charge for some of the big toppings, but for the most part, it's just add whatever the fuck you want, and you're good. Hey, we got Bill Murray in the building. Oh my God. Welcome, Bill Murray. I am a fan of your work. And we got Jeremy Lewis in the building. Ba, 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 ba. The party has begun. What is good, guys? Welcome to both of you. We are talking with Michael Malice on his podcast, You're Welcome, with James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, answering the question, is Project Veritas the last bastion of real journalism? Let's back this up a little, see where we were. Get into it. I said get into it.
And I try not to do that. I try only to report firsthand, participation, observation, evidence that I see and I can verify. And whether there was some conspiracy there.
All right, Kesha.
There is not something I wish to opine upon, really.
When you are getting the Katie Hobbs footage, where she just knocks over her drink, there's this great moment because she looks back as a human being, you want to clean up the mess you just made, and then you can see her reconsider, like, screw it, I gotta flee, and she just leaves it for some worker to clean up after her. When you get footage like
that, was funny when she was like, "Oh, you spilled your soda, you're gonna leave that for the company to clean up?" Just a little dig at, like, the chasm between the average person and the liberal elite.
That when you first receive it before you release it, it's just so comical, like a grown woman just running away from a mic and perfectly innocuous questions. It's not like she's, in some murder trial and you're asking her about a murder where she's not allowed to comment on the record, be very deleterious.
Right. It's not like that at all. It's you're running for office. Tell us what it is that you want to do, why you are running for office. I don't talk about politics with anybody that I don't know. Again, that is the job.
She's actually running actively for governor. She has a very good job of getting it. When you get this footage, are you guys in the office just all like cracking up out loud because it's so ridiculous to see visually?
It's a mixture of another day at work. I think a lot of people here. It's so.
I would imagine, based on that answer, I would imagine after a certain period of time, you get these videos, and as embarrassing as it is for these people who deserve to be embarrassed and humiliated, the fact is, as we were talking about with the Aflac, who was looking up 7th grade girls' skirts, man, it's sad to think that these are only very few people getting caught. Bill Murray says she won literally from a recommendation. Yeah, because she was out. She wasn't out there. She wouldn't talk to anybody. And Kari Lake would talk to people, and so taking a position is losing. But if on both sides you're taking this position and they're taking that position, okay, now we got a battle. But if Kari Lake says I believe this, that, and that, and Katie Hobbs is like, no, trust me, don't vote for that MAGA candidate. I'm not talking politics with anybody. Apparently, that's how you become the governor of Arizona.
It's almost like a relief that we got it. There's so many, stories. The Pfizer executive running away from me as fast as I remember that one. She was running, her legs are trying to catch up with her arms. It's a comedic, lampoonish video of this woman, a Twitter executive running down the streets of Manhattan. I don't know if you saw that one. That was the most watched video in Project Veritas history. He sprinted away from me for a solid 10 minutes.
Say please.
We were on a wild goose chase throughout the streets of Manhattan. It's hard to explain. It's like kind of like this is what I do. This is what we do. And it's a necessary consequence. It's the false dichotomy they put themselves in by propping up the lies and not having a conscience and telling the truth. This woman Hobbs, let me tell you something. She is the sitting Secretary of State of Arizona. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And she's running for governor. And for her to run away from RC, hide herself from the African-American reporter like she did.
Beast. I love that he said that like that, because he don't give a shit. Like, to him, that's one of his people. But to her, it's just a little dig and twist of the knife. How dare you ignore a minority like that? I love it. I'm not going to say please. I was going to say it. I just need to please. I do like how Trump ended his speech by building up to that. That was very well done. We're going to make America this again. We're going to make America that again. We're going to make America great again. Mic drop. That was very well done. If he hadn't talked about, throwing the book and extending and upping the ante of the drug war, it would be hard for me to pick anything out about that. but that's so glaring that you can't ignore it.
That was the better of the two. This is a good metaphor. Remember when the World Trade Center came down and people were, it was a horrible tragedy. People were jumping out of the top of the
Oh, my bad.
building. And there was commentary that jumping out of the building was the better of the two options.
remember.
Burn alive or jump out.
Katie Hobbit. People think of Bilbo. Oh, man. Oh, Katie. Well, it's definitely because Arizona has been somewhere where, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Arizona used to be a purple state, and then went for Trump, and then stayed red in the last 2 years. I think so. I could be completely wrong about that, but yeah, it really just. Hobbits are kindly, gentle people. Well, that's apparently the sound is the only thing that hobbits and Katie have in common, unfortunately. But I want to back this up because this is a wonderfully dark but wonderfully apt analogy or metaphor for what we are experiencing right now.
From the World Trade Center.
Going.
That was the better of the two. This is a good metaphor. Remember when the World Trade Center came down and people were, it was a horrible tragedy. People were jumping out of the top of the building. And there was commentary that jumping out of the building was the better of the two options. Burn alive or jump out. So you think, what would drive a man to jump out of the building 100 stories to their death? What would drive the Secretary of State of Arizona to run away from an African-American reporter and hide in the bathroom? Because that is the better option than to engage that man in conversation about what she was caught on tape saying.
What a chef's kiss of a metaphor. Now, I think most of us here are older, but I don't know if sketchier per usual is still here. A few youngins who are too young to remember 9/11, which is crazy to me. But yeah, it was a lot of people on the higher floor, especially on the higher floors, were breaking and jumping out the windows to obviously to their death, because that was better than either being burned alive or crushed by the actual building. And so to be a rational person and make the decision, jumping out of a 100-story building is my best option right now, must mean that you are in a very precarious position. Similarly, if you're a hobbit and you're running for governor, and somebody asked you, hey, as governor, what are your policy positions? And you feel the better option is to jump out a 100-story building? Maybe, just maybe it shouldn't be the governor or the Secretary of State or representing anybody in any capacity. Yeah. Facts. Too bad the local Arizona news didn't cover that. Of course they didn't. Ooh. Hey, we got Kim Jong-ping in the building, a newbie. Bah, 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 bah. Welcome, Kim. We are talking about, we are watching the Michael Malice and James O'Keefe of Project Veritas asking and wondering about the question, is Project Veritas the last bastion of real journalism? Finally have internet. Well, I'm glad you used that internet to come here. You are in the right place. We are happy to have you. And let's get back into it.
And that's the truth. And that's why it's a relief. Okay, the first thing we do is, hey guys, did we get the footage? Did the batteries die? Did the hidden camera work? Like that's what's going through our minds when this happens, because we know that there's no way for them to win in this false dichotomy.
Obviously, I feel as if
everybody put Kim in the chat. Say what's up to Kim.
That if you are going to go confront, I don't mean confront in an aggressive way, but just like someone is just sitting around and now you're going to basically be engaging them in an interaction that they would do anything, they'd give up their mother to avoid having. What's the feeling like for you? Is it like, do you have that bit of adrenaline? Do you have that bit of kind of approach anxiety, or is it second nature to you at this point?
I'm a little bit of
Oh, so Kim says, oh, that's against journalism, right? Yeah, man, I'm from North Korea. I have nothing. I'm in Europe right now. Very interesting. Very interesting. So the basically Project Veritas is an undercover. They do undercover stuff, and so they use like dating apps, and they'll get somebody. Like somebody will send in a tip. We watched a video at the beginning of the stream where there's a guy who was being very weird and inappropriate with his 7th grade class. And so we have video and audio of him being on the date, and saying a lot of things because they if you're familiar with the term honeypot, where hot girl is pretending to be into him, and he's getting come on, bro. He's getting the real scoop, and it's just like I don't see anywhere at all, specifically in America, but I don't see anywhere people actually doing real journalism like that. And they're talking about just like how pathetic the journalists and the news culture, the press is right now, and it's just it's all theater, it's all opinions, it's all theater. We got no freedoms in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. Let's get back into it.
the thespian. In other words, I do like the artistic storytelling aspects of what it is that we do here, and that might surprise people. People in politics tend to pursue power or whatever, informational leverage. I always approach this job as one of I'm passionate about telling stories. So for me, it's very exciting. It's kind of like a vision come true, almost like you're on a stage and you're telling people a story, and you're visually manifesting this thing that is going to happen, and you want to execute it flawlessly. So
that is that not exactly why we love Jordan Peterson? He's not in it for clout. He's not in it for anything except his love of the use of stories to explain our world, our mind, our society, whatever it is. And he does such a good job at it because he really cares. Unlike all these journalists that we catch on tape, just be like, yeah, whatever. It's just a job. I don't really care. Who cares if we're shaping America in the wrong direction? I'm getting paid pretty handsomely.
For me, it's like I flip a switch. I've always been a relatively shy, introverted person growing up.
I said shit. Me
when
too.
I get in that moment where I've got the microphone and we're interviewing the principal who is caught on tape, it just flows. It just works. And I think that's true for a lot of people that work here. They get into this flow where it's an out of body experience when you're confronting these people, and you just go in.
We love Jordan Peterson over here. We've done a number of shows. Definitely check the IndianJesus library. There is some great stuff in there. We just did last week when he was talking to the comedian Andrew Schultz, and that was surprisingly poignant and just really interesting. So I think he scares people with his seriousness, but he's also gentle, and he does cry a lot. Yeah. So he is able to what's the word I'm looking for? He's able to occupy both sides of that spectrum of being very serious and being things he's saying, meaning a lot, meaning exactly what he means to say, but also he balances that out by again showing that he does truly care. Even in the most recent interview, which again we covered in full, when he was on Piers Morgan, and he broke down into tears because Piers Morgan made a flippant comment about incels. Now, Jordan Peterson has children and a wife. I don't know if he's fucking laying pipe like that, but he's not an incel. So for him to be, as Jessica was saying, that genuinely empathetic, to me, it said that when he started crying, there was a moment, and he welled up. And I think in that moment, what was happening in his mind was that he was going back to all of the emails that he's gotten from 17-year-old kid nobody's ever heard of. And he said, hey, I watched some of your lectures, and I was literally about to delete myself, and I didn't because of you said this, that, and that. There has to be thousands and thousands and thousands of young men who have reached out to Jordan Peterson to say a message exactly like that. And so if you're not getting emotional at the notion that you've saved the lives of young men, good young men who are genuinely in pain, then I don't know what you're made of. But it's not humanity. Freedom says, I don't know what words anymore. I had a friend who was called an incel. His profile picture was him holding his child. Semantic obfuscation. Semantic obfuscation. This is it right here. We talk about I like that. Bill Murray said he's better than the jab. I bet he saved more lives. Bars. But you're right, no freedoms. Incel is supposed to be somebody who is involuntarily celibate. But it's turned into just a flippant insult. Oh, what a loser. You can't get laid. But yet, if you misgender somebody, you deserve to, according to them, to die. Make it make sense.
Into the subconscious of going through the motions. And the nerves may happen prior to, but once you're running down the streets, chasing after the bad guy, you're just on.
Well, it's also, I don't know if this is...
I feel the same way about the show. I don't know if it comes off that way. I don't know if it's hard to believe or if it's very easy to believe, but I am a very introverted dude. When I'm not here, if I'm not at work, I'm in my bed, quiet, not talking to anybody. I might be on social media, but I just like being alone and chilling. Simplicity and relaxation. That is what I build my life on. It takes it takes a lot out of me to do this show, but also once I get started, especially you guys really help this by helping the conversation, helping the conversation, and it really helps me get into a flow, and I love that we're doing this. So once again, I haven't found a way not to be cheesy about it, but I appreciate every fucking one of you and every second that you spend here. And Freedom says, wait, so what about those people who don't want to sleep with women? Those are asexual people. Doug says, no one is truly involuntary celibate. Anyone can get laid. That's just a fact. You sure about that, pal? You sure about that, pal? Because I know a whole community that would disagree with you. I mean, unless we're talking about RPay, that's a whole different conversation. But what is the mechanism, Doug and Bill? What is the mechanism by which you think that if somebody, and no freedoms, what is the mechanism that, okay, so we're talking about prostitution. Okay, I think it applies to involuntarily celibate outside of money. Yeah, I don't think that counts. I think the idea is that, yeah, I get it. But I think the idea is not that they can't get the sex. It's the intimacy that comes with the sex. And so they can't earn getting laid. But that's what I'm saying. Some dudes, you might be a good looking dude, but money and game, maybe not. But wherever you fall on that spectrum, there is there is a whole population, further down the list than you. But I do genuinely, or generally, excuse me, I do generally think that, facts. You pay women one way or another. Sadly, I paid with time. Facts. So I generally I do believe that if you put enough effort in, there's really absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to find somebody. But what level of what level of effort are we talking about? And that's a whole other thing. But sorry, I'm not an incel, so I can't really speak for them or defend them. So I guess I'll have to take that out.
Is the right word, but there's some sort of like alpha energy where like you just want to talk to someone and they're literally fleeing from your presence. You know perfectly well you're not going to physically harm them. You would never do that in a million years. But the fact that you want to just talk to someone and they have to run as fast as they can away from you, that's something that doesn't really happen, to normal people. That is such a move of like the sense of power over this person's life kept given to you.
Yeah, this was demonstrated in the tape where the principal goes, "This has to stop." Like I'm standing 6 inches away from him, and this guy's looking at his life flash before his eyes, and it's like.
So he's talking about when the principal from the Connecticut school saying he didn't want to hire conservatives, Christians, or people over 30. After the girl that he was on a date with, he told all that. It was all on camera, whatever. Then James O'Keefe then goes to confront him, and this is what he's talking about. Like he's just frozen. He's like, "Oh fuck, this needs to stop. This needs to stop." And his whole life flashing before his eyes.
Like they're having a brain aneurysm. You could see it on the camera. He goes, "This has to stop. This has to stop. This has to stop."
Does it though?
And I said, "What needs to stop?" "This has to stop." And I said, "What?" So I go, "So what are you going to do?" It's just like two guys talking to each other, and you're witnessing this historic moment because he's confronting, and this is a little psychological. Perhaps he's confronting his own shadow in the Jungian version of that. He's faced with his own demons, and
that's very poignant. Because when you listen to what he's saying, when you watch his conviction that he is doing a good thing by making sure the schools are ideologically more liberal, when you get confronted, I think James O'Keefe is exactly right about confronting his own shadows and that realizing that, these ideas, I understood that, I understood that this wasn't popular with a lot of people. But I never even thought that I would have to be in the position where I would have to completely justify it. And then in the process realizing, maybe this isn't actually justifiable. Doug says, oh my God, I didn't realize he was a radical lib, hiring based on political affiliation. Yeah, not the guy that we saw in this stream. There was a white gray-haired dude from Connecticut who said that about I think it was a high school where he just talks about trying to skirt the rules and implement the liberal agenda exactly as the conspiracy theorists say, and it's just proof that he's doing it. So we're almost done here. If you want to check that out, we can take a look at some highlights when we're done. But let me know. Let's get back into it. I said let's get back into it. Struggle streaming.
I think you're right. I think there's a passion, but also an alpha energy for justice. I won't let him get away with this. I will not let him go. And I'm going to stand here with my microphone until he confronts his demons and confesses.
And that is perfectly legal and justified and so on and so forth. So that can be an ego moment in a different context. But when you know you're right, when you know you have the moral high ground, things change a little bit.
And there was one time, maybe more than one, but one I can remember recently in Utah, where a young man, 24-year-old guy, working for a Republican congressman, actually almost teared up and said, I'm just going to resign. I have nothing to say for myself.
Fair enough. At least because they all know what the fuck they're doing. Even if, what I was just saying about confronting their own shadows, they all know that they're disenfranchising people. And so for the guy to just be like, all right, you caught me. That I have a way more respect for that than what exactly is a misogyny? I don't know what a misogyny is. Yeah, but I think that it takes way more balls than running away like we just saw Katie Hobbs do.
This was wrong, and I'm going to resign. And I think he was young enough where he hadn't yet hit the age of pride, where he was able to confess his sin, so to speak.
Yeah.
But you very rarely see. Most of the time, they double down and go into hiding and sue me.
Have you ever had, I'm sure you have, sorry, but what is the situation where you were most concerned that it was about to get violent? Because I'm sure that's happened at least once.
Good question.
Bill, I'm putting you on the spot. Did you hit that subscribe button? Hit that subscribe button, bro. You don't want to be missing this shit. Come on, bro. If not, at least a like button.
I'm probably forgetting sitting right here, but there was one time, this is 2015, where I was doing a story on Al Sharpton.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot the name of his organization. He's got a foundation in New York, and my staff will send it to me here in a moment. But I was sitting in, I guess it was a church pew or an auditorium pew, and he was speaking, and I was, doing my thing. I was showing up to try to ask questions. So
you're showing up asking questions. You said I am a misogyny. What you meant to say was I am a misogynist. Misogyny. Thank you. Thank you.
Reporters do. And a bunch of his bodyguards circled around me, and Al Sharpton's giving the speech. I think it's National Action Network in the Bronx or Harlem or one of these places. And while he's speaking, he goes, "Oh, he's here. Oh, they're here, and we know that they're here." And I forgot the words he used, but we're going to let them know that we're here.
Not just a misogynist, also an idiot.
And people started to descend around me, and I could feel the fear.
Oh, Jesus!
I had one other guy.
Oh, Jesus! Are you being real, Anna? Or are we just making fun? Are we making fun of no freedoms? Please don't tell me that's real. Come on,
cameraman or something. And I was like, oh boy. But most of the time, Mike, the violence comes from my own government.
Why is that? What have I done? I'm a man. What do you have against me?
The greatest threats against me were from my own government. I swear to God, it's that the FBI arrested me in 2010 for asking a senator the wrong question. The FBI raided my reporters' homes and myself a year ago with guns and battering rams. I've been detained by the police a number of times. Recently in Connecticut, when I asked that Connecticut principal question, the local police came and escorted the man to his vehicle and threatened me with arrest if I did not leave the public parking lot immediately. So most of the so-called fears or the threats against Project Veritas are not from private people engaged in violent threats. It's because our own government views us as a target, and that's something we've had to deal with.
And that is exactly why libertarianism needs to be on the rise. I'm not saying we need to have a libertarian president in 2024. What I am saying is that the government being as terrible and I don't even have a strong enough word. Just terrible and demonic and destructive and regressive. We need to get the government out of our lives in every way possible. You and I are way better or at least have a much higher goal and reason and calling to want America to work out than the people who have escaped what America really is. Because we know it's tiered. And the people who have, broke out of the matrix, they're good. And so they can pull the ladder up behind them and stay good. But everybody wants to say, oh, it's you're taking votes away from And even says Trump was probably the most libertarian in the past 30 years. Yeah, he only locked down the country Did you forget about that, sir? That's not really how libertarianism works, my friend. What else did I miss here? No Freedom says, after dealing with women, you realize... No Freedom says, women are not the best of the best. Only an idiot would not be a misogynist. So, how many women do you know? So that's one number. How many women are there? So turn that into a ratio. The number of women you know by the number of women that exist. Do you think that's a good sample size? I don't know how many women you know, but I do know the answer is no. You don't have a good sample size. And you support the government? Okay. All right, cool, bro. Yes, he did. Yup. Yeah, ignore the Nightbot. It's not working. And all it does is annoy people. So when he didn't lock the... Oh, okay. I cannot... Let me... Oh, 'cause I remember, being locked down. I mean, not as soon as everybody else, because working at a pet store, I was told that I was essential, and that even though we're in a global pandemic, it was okay for me to be out and touching all this merchandise that everybody else was dealing with face to face, dealing with money, standing in the there 8 hours a day. That was fine until I got furloughed. So I remember that happening. And Trump was the president when that happened, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's continue. He didn't. He actually said it was up to the states. That the Fed did not have that authority. At least that is my recollection. Okay. So are you telling me then that... I don't remember who was the previous governor of Arizona, but both Arizona and Florida decided on their own to close down. I was, in fact, an essential worker for 2 weeks because I'm a dog trainer. So at the time when all this first started, I was still working at Petco. I was the dog trainer there, and so because the Petco itself was deemed essential, I was I still had to go to work, but they obviously shut down the training program. So I was just there, fucking basically being a cashier for 2 weeks, 8 hours a day, just standing in the same fucking spot. And finally the message came through that they're, because they're not doing dog training, they're not going to be paying the dog training employees, and I got furloughed. But yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks I was out there, 15 days. How long were we supposed to close out? Oh, 14 days. I was out there for 15. I mean, I had my days off, but 15 days. I was expected to go out in a global pandemic for your fucking cat and dog. There was no jab at that time. And everybody was so grateful. You're a hero. And then all I did was nothing. And I went from a hero to a second-class citizen. Okay. You did not answer the question, so I hate when we do this, No Freedoms, but I will engage with you. I asked you a very specific question. 2, in fact. How many women do you know? And how many women are there? So if we have to go back to your comments not coming up until you answer my questions, we will do that. How many women do you know? And how many women exist? And your film says the state's governors did that. That's why every state did something different. Okay, maybe I'm not super versed on that. But also warp speed was his too. So pushed it pretty hard, And it says essential workers should get pension benefits. Well, I mean, I did get, I did get way too much unemployment. So, I mean, I put it all on crypto, which isn't doing me shit now, but I wish I would have invested it in a studio. That would have been dope. Can you imagine how much better this would be if I had another 10 grand to put into this? Oh, man. Oh, man. Essential workers are like veterans, like national heroes. All right. I'll take it. I will take it. Not that. But I will take it. Thank you. Thank you.
That rate, which comparison rate's not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Let's get back to the show. I do want to discuss that raid, which obviously made very big news. Before we get to your perspective on that, can you confirm, was there any hand-wringing on the part of any corporate journalist that you could think of that someone who is an independent journalist,
it ain't going nowhere. I sure as shit ain't selling now.
Whether you disagree with him or not, is getting raided by the FBI?
Did people think it was wrong?
Yes. Did anyone speak out on your behalf?
Yeah, almost everyone did, except the New York Times. The New York Times is really the only institution that didn't really condemn it. They didn't admonish the behavior. And we had the ACLU come out to defend us. That oftentimes makes people on the right have a stroke. They can't believe it. The American Civil Liberties Union is writing letters on our behalf to the government. The Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, like Josh Gerstein and Andrea Mitchell and Wolf Blitzer, came out and wrote letters trying to unseal the probable cause that was used to obtain the search warrant. We've had the Ed Snowden's organization, Society of Professional Journalists, Committee to Protect Journalists. All these groups came out and said this is wrong. I mean, we had law professors come. This is wrong. There are laws and regulations in the United States. If you're going to raid a press organization, first of all, the Attorney General of Merrick Garland has to personally approve that. Second of all, there has to be conversations.
Yo, thank fuck that motherfucker is not on the Supreme Court. I don't remember exactly what it was. I just saw something with him getting grilled in the Senate or whatever. Not somebody I want on the Supreme Court. So Freedom's actually answers and says, I know no women. Maybe that's why you hate them. Maybe you're black-pilled incel. Maybe instead of hating people you don't know, you should meet them. Kind of eye boogie there. All right. Just like I don't know myself 100%. What does it mean to actually know someone? Can I say I know you? Sure. Absolutely. But knowing zero women kind of doesn't really put you in a position to have any opinion about women in general. Right? That would be silly. Just like, how many pilots do you know? Are you in a position to make sweeping statements about pilots? How many nurses do you know? Are you in a position to make sweeping claims about nurses? Well, since I can say I know you, then I can say I know about 40 plus women. Okay. Fair. So that's the first part. How many women are there? You got to know one. But no, okay. Let's say you know 40 women. You know 40 women. Is that a reasonable sample size for women? If there was a study done, don't worry. I got you. I got this. Don't worry. There's a reason I'm sitting up here. Okay. But what's wrong with not having a penis? What bothers you that you are so desperate for people to have penises? Yikes. Jessica Cox says, if you have opinions on groups of people you've never met or dealt with, you're just basing assumptions of what you've been fed. Like an NPC. An NPC.
For the press prior to executing the raid. Third of all, there's a Privacy Protection Act that protects these sorts of things. There's federal rules of criminal procedure. There are all these things that have to happen before you take battering rams to newspaper people and press organizations. But the U.S. attorneys in New York, this is federal, Southern District of New York, we submitted a motion for a special master after the raid. Special master, if you don't know, is an independent judge that can go through the materials so that we don't just trust the FBI to not look at private things they shouldn't. And the arguments the government was making, because the judge was like, well, there are First Amendment issues here. And the government, oh, no, there's no that. James O'Keefe is not a journalist.
I don't want to be. I want to understand where this is coming from. Are you joking? Are you not joking? Is that I want to be respectful. If that's your thing, that's cool. Not my thing, but it sounded like a joke, so I'm just asking.
And they said the reason, brace yourself for this. Federal prosecutors told the federal judge that we're not journalists because we don't get permission.
No freedoms. That was not the question.
From the people that we video record.
Holy
Federal
crap.
prosecutor actually said.
So okay, I gotta hear more about this. So your ex-girlfriend was actually an ex-boyfriend. How long were you with him before you realized she was a he? No, I mean, hey, we definitely appreciate it. And you know, if you are either you know, gay or into men, like I don't care, but I'm just saying, like, they might pass. Like, I have no qualm saying, like, yo, Blair White is not hot. She don't look bad. You could do worse than Blair White. But when we're going to do the do, and it's like, what is that? I'm just personally not my deal. So when you say, gotcha, no friends, thank you. When you say nobody knew, do you mean you accepted that you were with a trans person and you were fine with that and nobody else knew? Or you're like, oh my God, I found out. And I was like, what the fuck? That's why I'm not. Hey, whatever floats your boat, bro. Whatever floats your boat. Oh, okay. Oh, well then, I mean, hey, do your do. I thought you were saying like you went out with this girl and then you found out. Like, oh, what the fuck? That's what I thought you were saying. But what do you mean you're not nobody? Of course you're not nobody. Nobody's nobody. You're Billy. You're Bill Murray. Oh, I forgot that you said that. Well, that's why I was asking no freedoms, because it doesn't sound like there was any trickery. I think Bill's just good one. I think Bill was just sharing with us that you know, he was with a trans woman and nobody outside of the relationship knew, and so kudos to you. And not my flavor, but whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy. All right, I was a little distracted by that. Let's back this up. We got about 10 minutes left of the video. Let's knock her out and then hit the panel. I'm very excited to talk to you guys. So if you have not joined the Discord yet, after the show, we go directly right after the show to the
government. Oh no, there's no that. James O'Keefe is not a journalist, and they said
Hold on. Okay. Where was I? Oh, right after the show. Directly after the show, we go right to the Discord voice channel, and we have a conversation about anything and everything. And it is our private server, so nobody else can see it. No recording, no nothing, no rules, no nothing. So join the Discord, join the panel. That's where the after party goes. If you know anything about an after party, it's way better than the actual party. All right, so where were we?
Brace yourself for this. Federal prosecutors told the federal judge that we're not journalists because we don't get permission from the people that we video record. Federal prosecutor actually said that.
I don't think that's how freedom of press works.
And again, that goes back to this idea of doublethink from George Orwell's 1984, that they just say things that are so utterly irrational and are so self-evidently absurd, but they actually wrote this and the judge ruled against them.
So what you're telling me, you are telling me that a federal judge was using this semantic obfuscation that I never shut up about. Okay. Just checking. Just double checking.
And the federal judge ruled, no, there are First Amendment issues here and potential journalistic privileges. But they would argue that we're not press, and on that issue, may or may not go to the United States Supreme Court before Your Honor, whether this is a First Amendment issue. Clearly and obviously it is, and people in the government came to us, and that sort of confidential material exists on our devices, on our phones, and that's what the federal government, when they psychologically raped us and took our stuff at gunpoint, and then leak it to the New York Times. This is the sort of evil dystopia that America has not yet seen. It's a Rubicon that hasn't yet been crossed. I realize the FBI has targeted people, but when they start.
Hasn't it, though? I think we have, in fact, crossed the Rubicon. Things are changing. I think the world that we knew, in, let's say, 2014, that life, 2001 or 2002 to 2014, that life is gone. Just like life from 1960, 1970 to September 11, 2001, that world is also gone. I think we're just in a different era. We're
pointing guns at journalists just because they don't like me. I think that's a new Rubicon that we've seen. And people on the left, people at the ACLU came to our defense. Credit to them, by the way.
Let's break down this raid insofar as you're able to speak about it. What was this like in the middle of the night? Were you at home? Like, what went through your head? This must clearly have been the most scariest experience of your life.
The raid itself wasn't, but it was at 6 a.m. on a Saturday. They banged on the door, really loud, and I think that bang.
Has anybody here ever been raided by a government agency, whether it be the cops or anything else? It is a harrowing experience, especially if weeks before you'd been robbed at gunpoint.
Banging a sound from the feds is something in nightmares. It certainly is as loud as you can imagine. Fists pounding your door.
You don't have to, bro. We already in it. It's already here.
I live in a small apartment. And my first thought was they're here because 2 days prior they had raided my two colleagues.
Okay. So you're expecting it, or you're aware of the possibility, strong possibility.
Not fully expecting it, but when the banging happened, I knew that it was likely that because they were my colleagues.
There is nothing like that. I'll say it again. There's nothing like that. Like when I was in college, I lived with a dude who was selling weed in a very, very, very stupid way. The cops caught on and they kicked down our door and raided ? No, not raided. What am I supposed to do with that? I don't know what that is. But yeah, my roommate was selling weed in the dumbest way. He would go to work and he'd come home and then he'd just have people come in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And like 20 people would come in and out. And I'm like, yo, chill. Like, that's not a good thing. And then, of course, luckily it was Rutgers police, not New Brunswick police, but it was Rutgers police, kicked down our door, and my bedroom door opened inward, like you opened it in, or excuse me, opened out. Like you opened it out. So they were at my door and they're trying to, break down my door basically. And my first thought, because we had been robbed like a month before, I'm thinking we're getting robbed. So if I had found my shoes, a second earlier, I would have had Morty under my arm. I would have been in boxers and Uggs running out of the backyard. Luckily, finally, they announced that they were the police. Very, very weird experience to be relieved that your house is being raided by the police, but better than being robbed, arguably. So I was like, all right, I'm coming out. I have my dog with me. Chill. I'm coming out, whatever. Harrowing experience.
Okay. And I think it may have been, for example, some type of attempt to, I'm speculating here, but I think it's important that we try to figure out what's going on. Maybe it was an attempt for them to go through my devices to see if I deleted something, right? I don't delete anything, but they were trying to catch me and process crime because we don't know what's in the affidavit. We don't know what the probable cause was that allowed the judge to stamp this thing, and they don't want you to see it. Nope. But the law of the United States says if you're going to raid a journalist, you have to make the probable cause public because society's interest in journalists not having their phone seized outweighs whatever marginal interest the government has in keeping.
Hey, we got Elizabeth in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, a very, very interesting interview with Michael Malice and James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, and really putting specifically the New York Times, but legacy media, establishment media, corporate media at large, really at the forefront. And again, we are answering the question: is Project Veritas the last bastion of true journalism? So welcome, Elizabeth. Very glad to have you here. So Bill, so you know what? I will tell you in Discord. I will tell you the whole story as long as you join the Discord.
That probable cause secret. That's the law of the land. So they broke the law, and they're not unsealing that affidavit. But for all we know, the probable cause was Mr. O'Keefe is deleting evidence. So they come to my apartment, and the first thing they do is I open the door, I run to my door, and I'm about to open at 6 a.m. and I'm thinking, am I going to get shot?
Yeah, of course.
But I open the door and I say, I'm opening the door now, so and I open.
Same shit. It's like, yo, I've seen the fucking videos. I am cooperating. Chill the fuck out.
Open the door and there's some 10.
No Luke, we puke. Timcast is my #1 show. So, Elizabeth, you are in the right place.
10 federal agents with flashlights and big bright white lights and vests and
And actually, speaking of Luke, I on the way to work this morning, I was listening to the episode of Timcast where they were watching Trump's speech. And I really appreciate Luke. As bad as the left and the Democrats are, he's still not going to be like, yeah, rah rah, MAGA, Republican, whatever. And I really appreciate, of course, the quick trials that he was talking about. We discussed that earlier, how that is some bullshit. But it was really useful to have Luke's opinion on Trump's speech. And yeah, I absolutely love. And if you're not familiar, Luke Rukowski, LukeUncensored.com, or his channel is Luke We Are Change. Very anti-establishment and very well versed in underground politics, all the way from the aspects of American politics all the way to international geopolitics. So good call, Elizabeth.
They have a battering ram like Vikings about to break my door down.
Yeah, we know that. No freedoms.
They throw me against the wall, put me in handcuffs, and then the first thing I think is I'm under arrest.
Right. Of course.
And the first thing you would think, people may not know this, but when the feds execute a search warrant, they do put you and your loved ones in handcuffs.
Just a cog said, should I though? Got him.
I did not know that. And probably most people don't. So you're sitting in handcuffs and you think I'm under arrest. And then as you're standing,
I got to interrupt you because you were complying. You were saying I'm opening the door. So there's no reason for them to throw you against the wall. They could have said, turn around, I'm going to cuff you, and you would have complied.
Oh, there's no reason. There's no reason. They just do it because they can. They do it because they can.
Right. So they put you in handcuffs. They put you against the wall. You're sort of facing this wall, and you're standing there. And I guess what runs through my head at that moment in time is, I'm about to go through some ordeal. Like I'm going to be processed and put in a cage.
That's and I hate to, obviously him being raided by the FBI is not the same thing as my house being raided for my roommate. But when you're in that situation, you've just woken up, you flight or fight mode, and you're like, okay, well, this isn't going to be nothing. And because I had literally an eighth of weed that I had opened up and smoked maybe a bowl out of. So let's say 5 grams of weed sitting on my dresser. I was smart enough when all that was going on. They're banging on the door. I had to open the door outward so they can't bust it in. So I'm like, okay, I'm coming out. I was smart enough to open the door and then close it behind me. I wasn't smart enough for them to be like, look, we're here for your roommate. If you just let us look, if you don't let us look, we're gonna assume you've got some shit in there and da 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 da. If you let us look and it's and you know you don't have anything, whatever, then we'll just we're here for him. We're not here for you. So I knew the 8th was there, but I'm like, okay, it's Rutgers police. It's not anything. They're here for a drug dealer, not some dude who has 5 grams of weed. But oh no, they arrested me for 5 grams of weed because I was too much of a bitch to say no, come back with a warrant. I easily could have taken that 1 bag of weed and put it somewhere else. But they'll do that. Look, man, we're just here. We don't want to do all this. If you don't let us in, if you don't let us search your room, we're going to have to come back with a warrant and we're going to toss the whole room apart and whatever. And they got me. They got me. You want to know how you come to be a person who knows shit? You go through shit. You make mistakes and learn from them. It's the people who don't make any mistakes and don't do anything that theoretically know everything, think they know everything. And that's where we get Dunning-Kruger.
Age, arraigned, and charged with a felony. That's actually happened to me before. I'm one of the few men you'll ever meet or know who's been put in handcuffs twice by the FBI in 2 separate matters, and I'm an American journalist. So I'm standing there and I'm thinking, okay, here we go again.
Yeah.
And that's when the fear sets in, because I thought to myself, well, what the hell do they have me on? Because it's one thing if you've broken the law, if you've done something wrong, right? You think, okay, well, they caught me on that. But when you haven't done anything illegal, it's probably more terrifying because you start to imagine,
like, what the fuck did I do?
What these people are willing to do. What are they willing to lie? Things cross your mind. Are they putting child porn in my, are they putting cocaine in my underwear drawer? I don't know what they're doing. And they put me in a room and then they raid the other room. And then they put me in the other room and they raid the room before. And they,
oh, sorry, the body cam wasn't working. But yeah, we totally found all this terrible stuff on James O'Keefe's computer. Yeah, and Freeman says, yeah, if you don't have the paperwork to go inside my shit, you better get to moving. Film says, just curious, when the FBI was last involved in the case of a girl's stolen diary, the fact that they did should indicate it was Ashley's and it had dirt on Joe. Well, of course it does. Of course. You wouldn't even know that there was a diary if there wasn't anything in it. And we've already seen pages of her saying shit like, used to shower together, and looking back, it's inappropriate, and just weird shit. Just weird shit.
They don't let you see what they're doing. They showed me a warrant.
Before you get to that, because I read a book about the guy, I think his name, he wrote some book called It Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do, and he was raided. He was dying of cancer because he had written about how using marijuana was helping him with his pain, and they raided his house, and they just made it a complete mess. So when they're raiding your space, are they just trashing it just for the sake of trashing it?
I'll be fair to them. They didn't trash it. They lifted things up and they put it back down. So it was, and I don't.
How dare they?
I have her books and clothes.
Okay, sure.
So they lifted the books up and put them. They were putting back in a different way and rifled through things, etc. But there isn't much stuff where I live.
They tore my room apart. Again, to give them credit, the original because I had I did give them permission to search. They didn't have to go get the warrant. And obviously I knew that I had aside from the bag of weed, I obviously had bowls and bongs and shit in my room. But I was like, look, I've got a lot of expensive equipment. I got monitors and speakers and stuff in there, and like I don't have anything to hide, and I don't feel like you damaging all my shit just because you feel like, whatever. And they're like, all right, we're not going to damage anything. We just want to see. We're just going to take a look. And I got swindled. I am not putting that up there.
And they did not raid our office because our office was, I'm back in it now, but our building was destroyed by a hurricane. So we had a Book of Job month where our office was destroyed by the hurricane. The Fed seized on the opportunity to strike me when I was down, and they went after me and my apartment. So to finish the story, they showed me the warrant, and they looked at the document, and it said,
bars. Elizabeth said had a massive viewpoint shift on police after lockdowns. I think a lot of people did. I mean, at that time, I was, somebody who regularly broke the law. I was a drug addict. I was buying illegal drugs. I was doing illegal drugs. Weed was illegal at the time. And so I had reason to be focused on what the police do and don't do. Now, while I was breaking the law, even though I felt that those laws shouldn't have been in the first place, they were in fact laws. But it gives you a very unique perspective on just exactly what they will do. There was one time I got pulled over coming home from work, and I take anxiety medication, and I have I have most like I'll get the prescription. I keep it in my room, and then I'll take a few of them and put them in the previous month's bottle, and put them in my backpack where I have all my work stuff and whatever. So whenever I'm out and about, worst case scenario, I have a couple extras on me. I got pulled over for like, I don't even remember, like broken taillight, headlight out, something like that. Late one night in the dead of winter. And oh, did the cops take their sweet fucking time going through every inch of my car. And then they found the bottle with my name on it. And they're like, I know you're selling these. I'm like, no, dude, I'm not. Like, I don't want to like argue with you. If that's what you think and you're going to arrest me for it, then let's do it. But you're wrong. That's simply not what it is. Come on, man. Be better. You're usually a better troll, No Freedoms. Come on. I'll engage with the trolling. I don't mind that. But be better. It's not fun or funny.
Now with a warrant, it's something that.
But yeah, Elizabeth, I think a lot of people agree with have a similar experience to you.
You may have done, or something that you have evidence about somebody else may have done. It's an incredibly aggressive thing for the feds to execute a search warrant. And it said transportation of stolen material across state lines, misprison of a felony, and accessory after the fact. Do you know what it's called, Mike, when the Washington Post and the New York Times transport stolen documents across state lines?
News. Fuck. They already put it, but
journalism.
It's called Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
Got him. Did you say be fake? Be fake and arrest me. I don't know what you. I don't know. Did I? Well, yeah. Without a camera, it's your word against theirs, of course. But like, my name is on the bottle, so it's like this is a traffic stop. So you didn't see me buying or selling any drugs. You just saw that I have my medication with my name on it in my car. That's it. I'm in my work shirt. Like, I wasn't selling it. It legitimately was my medication. It is my medication. Like I said, I just have extra with me when I leave the house, just in case. In case I get, let's say I get, in a car accident and I can't get back to the house for a number of hours. Then I always have a little bit of, I have my kratom on me, and I have my Klonopin on me, because I don't know. So I just want to be prepared. There's 2 little bottles. Throw them in the backpack. I usually also have a Gatorade with me. I have my wireless headphones with me. I have my date book. So I just have my stuff and I just throw it in there. And it's not that they have no proof. It's that they just were flat out accusing me of something that I was not doing. And it's just they will do that and try to bait you in, knowing that, like when my house was raided, weaker people will give in. And so that's why when that traffic stop happened, that's why I knew already. Like, look, you guys are going to do what you're going to do. If you're going to try and arrest me over this, oh, honey, sweetie, baby, let's do it. Because that is a fucking lawsuit. I'm going to get paid off of that. But if you're not, then why are we arguing? I'm not going to argue with a cop. You do what you got to do. I'll do what I got to do. Just like I think. Hold on. Have I ever said ever that I'm not wrong about a lot of things? Did I not already concede to any film that I was wrong about that? Do you see how much less fun it is for me and everybody else when you don't troll well? Just be a good troll. Yeah. Exactly. Nope, I probably should. But I'm definitely much quicker to pull my phone out, and I have it there. So if I get pulled over, the camera starts immediately. Luckily, knock on wood, I have not been pulled over since then. But I drive for a living; it's bound to happen. And it's gonna happen soon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bill. They like when you argue because now it's like, hey, you're being what's going on? Why are you so nervous? Why are you doing it? I don't know. Maybe because you're accusing me of being a fucking drug dealer when I'm just trying to go home after a long day of work. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're right. And it doesn't make sense that nobody would have, yeah, everybody should have a dash cam for exactly those type of situations. But it's just like, what does that really entail? First, I got to buy the thing. Then I got to set up the whole thing. Then what? I got to make sure that it's just like, if you're going to arrest me on some bullshit, like, I got a lawyer, bro. We can do this. I'm ready to go. I used to be somebody who was at any point eligible to be arrested. So now I'm just not as paranoid. Hey, we got Veldrain in the building. Welcome. Said Trump listened to the experts, then shut things down based on what the experts said. That's all there was to it. By the way, hi. I don't disagree with that. Except for, well, if the notion is that Trump wasn't the one who shut things down, and he said give it to the states, which I thought that was not the case. I thought it was an executive order. Maybe I'm wrong. As No Freedoms is so happy to say, there are many things that I am wrong about. Yeah, I'm not saying that it is a bad thing to listen to experts. I think the bad thing was having that expert be Dr. Fauci, among many other experts around him, allowing what an expert is, according to the media and Twitter and Facebook and all that. That was all under Trump. All Biden did was extend everything that Trump did. Any film says, bought a dash cam a couple years ago, and I've been too lazy to install it. And I could have used it about a year ago when I got T-boned by some 16-year-old looking at her phone. Maybe I'll get one, because I drive a lot. I drive a lot. Maybe I should. All right, we got a few minutes left to this. And then if you guys want, we can look back over that Connecticut principle that they've been talking about the whole time. And then it's time for the panel.
Yeah. Or Thursday. Yeah. Sometimes Sunday. I'm sure they did it today.
Just a regular day.
When they email stolen documents across state lines, well, that even happens on the hour, every hour. It's established Supreme Court precedent that you can receive information from somebody else, even if that information was stolen. I didn't steal it. We didn't know it was stolen, even if it was, which it apparently wasn't. A journalist has a right to publish information stolen by somebody else. It's a journalist's duty to follow up. So when we got this diary in 2020, this is
Elizabeth, this story is crazy. It says in Tennessee, if you're intoxicated as a passenger and you're in the car and it's running, you get arrested on the spot. I knew someone who arrested for that because they were waiting on a friend in the store. Wow. That is a bullshit ass cop. That is the type of cop that we don't need. That is the type of cop that Michael Malice here would have a field day. He says things like, there is nothing a cop what is it? Let's see if we can find because I don't want to butcher it, but Michael Malice. Oh, I've already searched this. Michael Malice police quotes. There it is. Perfect. Perfect. Fuck! I forgot I was blocked by him. How do I do this? Fuck. Can I log out? I will do images. Boom. I don't know why he blocked me, but his quote: "There is no law so obscene that the police would not be willing to enforce it, up to and including the mass execution of innocent children. There is no law so obscene that the police would not be willing to enforce it, up to and including the mass execution of children." How do we know? It's happened before. I don't know. He's pretty quick to block people though. So I was probably he probably tweeted something and I probably replied to it sarcastically agreeing, but too sarcastically for him to understand. So he thought I was being an asshole and probably blocked me. But so what do we miss here? All right. Doug says the individual is a fish, corporations are sharks, and the government is the fisherman. Doug does not miss, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully said. Beautifully stated. Veldrain, am I saying that properly? Veldrain says Trump is probably hoping in about 2 years people will forget about his hissy fit he threw on Twitter towards DeSantis. I already have. I don't really remember what he said. I mean, if you told me, I would remember. But in terms of like once I heard that speech, I'm not really thinking about what he said at any time or place. It was said you cannot be alone as a passenger intoxicated. You have to have somebody sober with you. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. Because if I'm drunk and I'm, like you said, if I'm waiting for somebody, trying to be responsible, I'm better off just fucking driving. It's less conspicuous to be driving a car than to be sitting in a car somewhere randomly. You know? I mean, fucking cops. Fucking cops. So Voter says, I think police are given too much credit. The beat cops just leave with the official race swatches, not so much with the knowledge of what most laws are. Well, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately not really a part of police training to learn the law. Like, there's an expectation, and there's more law. There's plenty of laws that are, as a policeman, are way more relevant than others. Like, drug laws are going to be way more relevant than tort reform. But they don't even know the drug laws. They don't know the privacy laws. They don't know the Fourth Amendment sometimes. And of course, we're talking about the police as a unit, not an individual, any individual policeman. There are good people in any group. There are bad people in any group. There's exceptions to every rule. But the rule is, once again, as Michael Malice said, there is no law so obscene that the police would not be willing to enforce it, up to and including the mass extinction of innocent children. Just Cox said, this has me thinking of all the times I was tripping balls and unsupervised. Why? How did you get there? How did you get there? Anybody can be on Twitter. It's free. You just put your email in. And I'm assuming that's how. All right, last few minutes.
This is Ashley Biden's diary. We
go into the panel.
Determine its authenticity by calling Joe Biden for comment, which is what journalists are supposed to do.
Yeah. Yup.
When we reached out to Ashley Biden for comment, Ashley Biden lawyer, a woman named Roberta Kaplan, forwarded that correspondence to the Southern District of New York and said, "Go after these guys."
Like a bitch.
That's the sort of corruption there that we were testifying about before Congress members this year. This is a constitutional case of enormous proportions.
Yep.
It is terrifying. I would be inhuman to say that I wasn't scared. But I think there's a lot of hope in that these liberal groups were defending us, and hopefully we form some consensus around the fact that this is wrong.
Are you black-pilled or white-pilled about the future of America?
Define those terms.
Black-pilled means it's a wrap, folks. It doesn't matter who you're going to get in the White House. This is either going to be a
All right. So before he answers, I want to put up a poll and I want to hear from you guys. So are you more white-pilled or black-pilled? Hit the poll really quick so we can move on. But yeah, Trump can't be on Twitter because he was a big name, and so they had every reason to try to get him out. And Jeremy says Trump won't be back on Twitter. He has Truth Social. I don't know about that. He has Truth Social, but he doesn't have the people. He has his people, but his people already agree with him. He needs to go where the people are. Now he is running for president officially. He officially needs to go where the people are. I think it was a very silly statement for him to say that he's not going to go back, especially not realizing that now, even though, him and Elon aren't best of friends, certainly we'll let them I'll let Michael explain that. But it was silly of him to make that statement because now he is in a position where he either has to go back on his word or be cut off from the same people that he's been cut off from. Well, James Blackfield. So we're going to go through the definitions. Bill says, what if I think the dichotomy of white pill, black pill is racist? Then you're in the wrong place, my friend. Bill Drain says second introduction. Yeah. So, okay. So did we answer yet? Okay. So if you're not sure, let's hear the Michael Malice definitions, and then based on those, we'll vote on what he says. So let's back that up.
Are you black-pilled or white-pilled about the future of America?
Define those terms.
Black-pilled means it's a wrap, folks. It doesn't matter who you're going to get in the White House. This is either going to be a long defeat or a fast one, but we're done. And a white pill is it is possible we will lose, but it's impossible that we must lose.
It's possible to lose, but it's impossible that we must lose. Those, I'll do it one more time so I can take a piss.
Okay.
Define those terms.
Black-pilled means it's a wrap, folks. It doesn't matter who you're going to get in the White House. This is either going to be a long defeat or a fast one, but we're done. And a white pill is it is possible we will lose, but it's impossible that we must lose.
All right. So everybody cast your votes. Are you, I mean, it's it's not a 100% either way, but are you more optimistic about the future? Do you think that we're reaching a tipping point and eventually this stuff is going to have to, go back in the other direction? Or do you think that we're just, on this road and we're going to keep going and until we, run off the cliff? Let's see. We got 4 votes. How many people we have? We got 4 votes. We got 7 people. So I'm going to play this a little bit more. But vote based on what you think, not on what they say.
White pill means it's, I'm sorry, say that. White pill
It's
means what?
possible that we'll lose, but it's impossible that we must lose.
It's impossible that we must lose. Interesting. I would say that I'm an optimist and I believe in the principles, some of the principles behind this country. We pledge allegiance to the flag when we're young, and we believe in this idea of equality before the law, that Lady Justice is supposed to be blind. The First Amendment is the right, I think, that protects all others, and people have to have access to information. So I believe that if people knew what was going on in this country, and my job is to find that out and give it to them, there is much hope indeed. And
give me 2 more votes. I want 2 more votes on that.
let me give you an example of hope, because I feel like when I speak before audiences now, it's like I'm like the psychotherapist and the counselor, not the journalist. But I get it. After the FBI raid, a whistleblower in the FBI came to us. And remember how I told you that story about the prosecutor said we're not news media?
Right.
Well, the FBI whistleblower showed us a document inside internal computer systems identifying us as
new media.
news media. And this person went on the record with me.
Of course.
This person disguised their voice and published the document. And the FBI went on their vicious internal fishing expedition to find out who done it, who gave the document to James O'Keefe.
But you know what's funny? Like if they were,
So we ended up at 80% white pilled. 80%. I am also white pilled. I have talked about how I think the next generation is really going to turn things around. If not Gen Z, then Gen Alpha. Certainly. How far can this really go? Indie Film's got to run. Everybody say goodbye. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. Hope you feel better and you have a good night. Oh, man, Indy is a staple of the panel. I'm very curious who's going to show up tonight. Joseph Cog said, I want to be hopeful, but it doesn't feel realistic these days. I hear you. But, again, there's only so many people who can be that dumb. And when we say dumb, it's not like these people are necessarily unintelligent. They're just unbothered. They don't care. Some people are that dumb, but most people, instead of learning about politics, they learn about anime or fucking weed. Oh man, Indy, are you still here? Indy, are you still here? On my6shirt.com, you can get a shirt representing the fourth turning, as Beldrain is talking about. Soft people make hard times. Hard times make it's weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times, and good times make weak men. But absolutely, the fourth turning. Supposed to and then there might actually be many alphas in Generation Alpha. Yeah, absolutely. The fourth turning every 80 years. Elizabeth said, so I think Tim might be right in saying we will get more conservative due to the birth rates. Yeah. So Tim Poole talks a lot about how just on the one point when it comes to this gender bender stuff, that you have an entire section of the left who is either sterilizing themselves or sterilizing their children. And it's not like huge percentage wise, but raw numbers, it's a lot of fucking people. So when those people are not getting married or not able to have children, and all the conservative people are in conservative traditional families, by Generation Alpha, the landscape is going to look very, very different. Jeremy says, I feel like many people are jaded at happening since the last election. They don't see how things will change. Yeah, that's being black-pilled. And I personally think that if you don't see it, then you're not looking. I think it's very clear on how, because again, remember, it's not that we will lose, but that it is impossible that we must lose. I do think it is impossible that we must lose this culture war. I do think it is impossible that there is no way that rationality and science and morality all together succeed. I don't see that. Jeremy says, but you have to stay optimistic that we ultimately start seeing through the bullshit the more we experience it. Yeah, and I think that's happening. Elizabeth said, it's hard finding female friends at my age, though. It sucks ass. Well, I'm not going to ask how old you are, but I think once you're out of school, it's hard to find friends in general. But that's why we're here. Nice to meet you. Glad to have you back. And that's exactly what we're doing. I know a couple other people in the world, but most of those people don't like talking about stuff that I like talking about. So I was like, all right, let's start a YouTube channel. Find you guys. And especially in the Discord where we get a lot more personal. I was talking to Sketchy Plays about my last relationship, and we got pretty deep. Oh, we got another youngin in the building. What is good? A Gen Zer. Nice. Yeah, you're just entering that age that it's not like being in school anymore. But at least once you turn 21, you can go to the bars. That'll be a change. No Freedoms mostly gets along with people in their 50s and 60s. All right. Jessica, are you saying same as for what No Freedom said or for what Elizabeth said? All right. 3 minutes of content. Let's see what they got.
Agents of the state. The investigation would be like, how did we lie and say that they're not media? That's who they should be looking for.
But how inspirational is it that someone, and only a few people have access to this thing. In fact, out of the 10 agents in my apartment, you can almost tell that on some of their faces, they were like, whoa, this is a little bit Germany-like. You could even tell that they felt uncomfortable. And I think that we have to be hopeful. We have to believe, because unless you believe something, you can't do it. If you believe that it's impossible, it's not. If you believe that it is possible, you will. Federal people in the federal government come to Project Veritas and speak on the record. I don't even know if it's a non-disclosure agreement per se, but they're federal employees, and they sit down and they talk to me and they show me private information because they believe in something greater than themselves. And I know that's like 0.0001% of the American population, but 0.001 out of 400 million is quite a few people.
Yeah.
My job is to find those people and to tell their stories and to corroborate it with our undercover people to go out there and get the information. That gives me hope. It gives me a purpose to live. Because if you don't believe in, if you're going to be black-pilled and believe nothing matters, and there's no point to anything. But I do believe.
You hear that, No Freedoms?
That will turn the tide, because when people are pushed too far, they tend to push back. I don't mean in a violent way. I mean voting. I mean believing. When they see the courage, it inspires people. Yes. And the FBI whistleblower who came to us, well, guess what? A number of other federal whistleblowers came to us after that. I was inspired by what that person did. I can't philosophize courage. I can't persuade people to be courageous. We can do it, and people will follow. And that's what keeps me going. I mean, that's what gives me purpose. Is this story we have that we haven't released yet is absolutely dynamite. It's so big. I can't even talk about what it is or who it is, but this person is going to give up their everything, their pension, for the public's right to know. And that is more
that sounds juicy.
Powerful than propaganda.
James, we're running out of time. What has been your favorite part of this?
All right, we'll get to these.
I think you talking to me about
comments in a minute.
Union and I think that's very fascinating to me. I'd love to talk to you more offline about that. And Samizdat and Solzhenitsyn and the private lie. I think the Soviet Union is fascinating, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned from it. So I wish we could talk about that more, and I'd love to read any information you have on that topic offline.
You are welcome.
All righty. So that was James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, and you're welcome with Michael Malice. Let's go through these comments here. I did drop the Discord link in the chat again, both on YouTube and Twitch. So it's just a click of the button. All you gotta do. It's rough out here. You goddamn right. Try being a short man. Jaren said, yeah, you're in a situation where most of your age demographic doesn't give a shit about politics beyond what they've been virtue signaled to buy into. Brainwashing. Yep. Aldrin says, one of the strategies to do a takeover is to breed out the competition between pro-choice and child sterilization. Oh, that's what it was, the pro-choice thing as well. But between pro-choice and child sterilization, it's doing the opposite. Facts. Jessica Cox said, I can get along with guys just fine. Women, no, not so much. Chicks are mean as hell. Yeah. What if Project Veritas became a news station with nightly news? I mean, in the sense that, they're on YouTube, I think that is as powerful as nightly news once was. The numbers of, say, a show like Timcast rival Tucker Carlson. So what if, or kind of we're already there? People don't watch cable news like that anymore. Elizabeth says, funny because nursing school, all the Gen Zers complain. Whoever asked, I think it was, I missed one. Gen Alpha is so Gen Z's kids are Generation Alpha. But Elizabeth says, funny because in nursing school, all the Gen Zers complain they'd rather have kids and stay at home. It's the millennial women that tell us we're naive or crazy. Exactly! I say. I'm telling you, these kids are going to realize, like, okay, yes, women of because remember, generations used to be a 20-year, essentially 20 years. But because of technology and the changing culture, a generation is now like 10, 12 years. Even if not officially, there's a huge fucking difference between somebody who's 30 in 2022 and somebody who's 40 in 2022 in every way that it matters. And so this makes perfect sense to me. Because it was the Gen Xers who were the first one, the first ones to really experience, equality under the law and in society. As much as, not that it's equality in any practical sense that we can actually expect. I'm not treated as equally to this person or that person, but in general, under the law, men and women are treated the same. And then by the late 80s, early 90s, it was really kind of passé to treat women differently just because they're women. And so millennial women were the first women to be like, all right, yeah, we got this. We did it. Feminism won. We did it. Hot city girl, whatever the fuck it is, 304, belong to the streets, whatever way you want to put it. It's the millennials who think that they're being empowered by this. And in the same way, I'm talking about Gen Z being young now, that in their 20s and early 30s are going to do a lot. It's the same thing with millennial women who think they're on top of the world because they're 30 and making bank and don't need no man. But what happens when you turn 45 or 50? You got a lot of life left. You've got a lot of dick gone through you. You got a lot of attitude and a lot of baggage. I was there. I told you that I had feelings for you. Not you, but, just speaking generally. Guys like me, we're out there telling you, hey, I watched the same Disney movies you did. We all want that Disney fairy tale, right? Let's do that. And they use that against us. You think the next generation isn't going to learn? Okay. Well, Jane said, tonight's forecast brought to you by a crazy leftist school teacher unaware of our spy cam. Being a, what is it? I don't know what that means. Well, not kind of, but not really. Like there are ways that women were treated better in the context of how we look at the world now, and that they got to do, they got to just stay home and but no, that's not, like, you weren't allowed to do anything else. So no. Veldrin says, I am Gen X, and I find the leftist virtue signaling really puzzling. I'm like, doesn't that group already have right? Yeah, exactly. Some of us millennials are right there with you. Unfortunately, not nearly enough. Jeremy said, if there's anything we can say as a result of Rona, It created an entire generation of entitled, lazy people who don't think they need to work. Who don't think they need to work and should have everything handed to them. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like the participation trophies and the helicopter moms from when we were kids, I feel like that was just circumstance. I think if Rona happened when Gen Xers or baby boomers were around, I don't think it would turn out the same way. And to that same point, push it 20 years. Let's say it didn't happen until 2045. Would Gen Z be act the same way without all that helicopter parenting and participation trophies? I think it's too early to tell whether or not Gen Z is going. It's in that context, whether Gen Z and millennials are going to be the same and just be the lazy entitled generation. But I'm white pilled on what Gen Z can do, and I'm definitely white pilled on what Gen Alpha can do. That's for sure. Elizabeth says, I don't want to work for a corporation and slave away. I'm pretty pissed at older women. Not gonna lie. Yep. Because they set so Jeremy says why. If I maybe you already answered this, I'm still in the comments, but my interpretation of what Elizabeth is saying here is that Gen X and millennial women set the tone, set the social norms. That this is what you do. You get this job, you fuck whoever pays for your dinner or whatever, and you do that, and so on and so forth. And so to be a traditional conservative type of woman in terms of relationships, even if not in terms of politics, but just in terms of the way you interact with men and you deal with relationships, then it's out of the norm because of what the women directly before you, have been doing. So that was my interpretation of what Elizabeth was saying. Hey, Divine Rod comes in the very end, bro. You need to join the Discord so that when you come in late, then you can still come to the Discord and still hang out with us, man. What are you waiting on? Divine Rod, not a single post goes up that Divine Rod does not comment on. And if you guys all did the same thing that he does, then this party would be popping. But what does Divine Rod say? Importantly, Gen X were the first to experience products directly marketed to them and the first latchkey generation. Yeah, I think there is. So how does that go directly from that to the very next generation of millennials being the participation trophy generation? I don't know about all that. I'm just saying, in the future, y'all might do better than we did. But right now, y'all still dumb kids. So, a lot of 40-year-old men gonna be marrying 20-year-olds. I said, shit, me too. Stay-at-home mom. So what do we? Let's get back to that. Being a stay-at-home mom isn't cake, though. I mean, I don't think anybody said it was. But also, it's definitely. It's not about ease. It's not about ease. It's about freedom. It's about liberty. You might have to work really hard, but you want to do that work because you love your son and you love having the life that you have. People who go into an office and have to sit in meetings and type up reports and whatever, I don't know, I've never had a corporate job, but like that may be, in terms of the difficulty of a task, that may be easier. But having that be your day every single day, 40 hours a week, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, that's just not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. So this idea of being a stay-at-home mom is the hardest job in the world. No. You can have some dumb people be successful stay-at-home moms. Just saying. More like women entering the workforce and driving the price up among everything. Interesting. Divine said also always remember wage suppression starts early 70s. Price goes up, wages go up. Inflation, one place causes inflation everywhere. Yep, and we're dealing with all of that bullshit. All of it. And that's because of the boomers. I think we can all agree that all of our problems are due to the boomers. I think we can all agree on that. Justin Cog said, I've done it all from military to low wage to franchise to stay at home. Self-employed is where it's at for me. I said, shit, me too. Technically, I'm not self-employed in the sense that I work for a company, but I haven't seen my boss in 2 months. I have like a in-person meeting once every 3 months. So I essentially work for myself. And it's awesome. It's not, you have a lot more responsibility because there's nobody else to make sure, if you fuck something up that it's there, but the freedom that it comes with is, unmatched. Come on, bro. Jeremy's understanding. Elizabeth Belgian says women of past generations would have made it easier for future generations if they stayed in the kitchen. It was a con job to have women enter the workforce because prices inflated greatly to match with dual income households. I mean, I want to live in a society where women are allowed to choose to do what they want because I want to live in a society where people are allowed to choose what they want. And women, despite what some of you may be thinking, are in fact human beings. Did the the glorification of working a job hurt by women hurt everybody? Absolutely. But I do still think that should be a choice. Brown said wages were suppressed and credit cards were made popular to soak up increased product cost. Yep. Well, crazy kids make great parents. Do they? I just scared you? Okay. So latchkey kid just basically just means like the opposite of being, having helicopter parents. So like in the 80s, like you would even before my time, my brother's Gen X. But like you would just come home from work or come home from school, your parents would probably still be working. You just go and do whatever. And the rule was be home when the street light comes on. And there's no cell phones, there's no social media. So like your parents just didn't know where you were or what you were doing or what was going on or what and so you would basically aside from the literal, having a home, literally having food in the house. Sometimes even with food being cooked, you literally were raising yourself. I don't exactly remember what the latchkey part is a direct reference to, if somebody remembers that, but yeah, it's just basically the opposite of having a helicopter parent. Sharon said, Gen Z knew the truth, we wouldn't be having the problems we're having right now. Which truth is that? Bill Murray says, Gen Z don't know shit. That'll change. Trust me, that'll change. Nobody knows shit when they're 20. Nobody knows shit when they're 20. Veldrain says the modern man, on average, doesn't know how to treat a stay-at-home mom. It would take some adjusting. Well, again, like not all. Not all stay-at-home moms are the same. So I don't really know what. I mean, I think it's way more about the person's personality rather than what they do for a living. Yeah, certainly it's going to be different dealing with a stay-at-home mom versus, a corporate go-getter, but I don't know if I agree with that. Bill Murray says it's up to millennials to build the future or Gen Z has nothing. Well, I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. Like I'm doing what I can, but I don't know anybody else in my age group that is. But the fact is, as long as we are not destroying the future, then it's not up to millennials to build the future. It's up to Gen Z to build the future, because you are the future. It's just up to us to maintain the world that we were given, and at least hand it off in not a worse condition, which we are. But that's what generations. That's the natural order of things. Just a Cog says you don't have freedom as a stay-at-home parent. No breaks. So who do you answer to? Who tells you what you have to do when? It's not the same thing. And if you've been through all these jobs, you know the difference between being in the military and your child needs dinner. Those are two different things. Let's not play games here. Elizabeth said, I think I was naive, though. I grew up around stay-at-home moms in my family. That's just what was normal. That should be what is normal. But feminism is a cancer. What do you want me to say? Hey, we got Celibate Scorpion coming in at the very end. Welcome. Yeah, I did not expect to be on this long. We did a 1 hour. It's a 1 hour podcast, but we really got into it. And we haven't even gotten to the panel yet. So, Celibate Scorpion, I have not seen you in the Discord, and I gotta say, it's hurt my ego a little bit. So I'm gonna be looking for you. So thank you, Divine Rod. Latchkey equals coming home to an empty house, both parents working. Yeah. Yep. That's bullshit, because individuals are a reality. Economics is tied to individuals irrevocably. Women working doesn't change that. You don't think the economy changes if there's women working versus if women don't work? Yeah, that's what we've been on. Helicopter parents versus the latchkey kids. Price represents demand, not unemployment. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that. I do agree with that, but that's not that's not really accurate. Yeah. What's sad is when you go into a friend's house and see the parent just give the kid an iPad and walk off. That is a different level or a different type of what is expressed in the latchkey, where the latchkey kids, the parents physically weren't there. But millennial parents will emotionally and whatever not be there because they have outsourced parenting to the iPad. So I definitely agree with you there. Ryan says fiat currency, QE, and other central bank fuckery will always outpace your earning ability. Crypto, I've got a those of you who are in the Discord already know, but we have a crypto expert coming on sometime soon. I don't know exactly when. I just got in contact with him today, but a crypto expert coming on. We're going to talk about the very basics, because I thought when I was getting into it, like literally you could not get like, okay, I don't know anything about crypto. Where do I start? There was nothing like that. So I had to do a lot, and that's really what I want to talk about with him, along with the FTX scam, and then some other stuff. He's probably not going to be here on the whole stream, but he'll probably come on for an hour or so. We'll talk about some crypto and let's get rich. Anyone ever told you give up Asmongold vibes? I think so. I don't know who that is, but it looks familiar, and I think somebody did. I think so. Maybe. No Freedom says most stay-at-home moms are, as No Freedom says, lazy as fuck. I miss some of the strong, hard, beautiful, strong working women of the past. Well, Murray, if you don't listen to your kids, they will demote you. Yeah, right. Worst thing. Parenting is not a popularity contest. Sure. But Moore says, I don't think it affects the relative price of demand. Well, of course not. But it affects how much money is in circulation in general. We got some girl on girl action here. And oh man, we got a lot here. All right. Let's go through and yeah, central banking fuckery. Again. Buying into crypto. Scorpion says, I'm a homeschooler and definitely a helicopter parent. Uh-oh. I still find ways to work without a job interfering with my kids in dinner. Well, kudos to you, but hey, let them fight their own battles. Let them get into some bullshit. It's gonna happen either under your reign or when they're out in the world. Would you rather it happen when they can come to you, or would you rather it happen when they're out in the world? As we've seen, kids who have these helicopter parents who have never dealt with any adversity don't do well in the real world. And unfortunately, because of the millennials and there being so many millennials who are like that, instead of them not doing well in society, what they've done is not done well for society and changed everything and fucked it all up. I was talking about how I remember in 2017, we'd laugh at, oh, ha, 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 look at these stupid Berkeley kids protesting because Ben Shapiro is coming to campus and whatever. And I was like, oh my God, these kids, when they get to the real world, like, no way. They're gonna be screwed. And then they went out to the real world and changed it to fit their ideology. Bill says kids and parents don't need to be attached like monkeys in banks. I've never seen a monkey in a bank. It's good to roam free. Mom can work. Kids annoyed. Anyway, yep. Monkey back parenting. I've never heard that. I mean, I guess that's what the kids these days are calling helicopter parenting. But yeah. So I mean, certainly, there's a lot of these opinions. There's a lot of these ideologies. And how the fuck are we supposed to know what it is that we actually think and what our positions mean for a grander society if we don't even trust the bedrock of where we find our information? That's what the point here is. We need to be able to trust our institutions, or we can't trust anything. And we can see that already happening. Elizabeth says, yeah, I've been working on that. I constantly want to fix things and do things for my boyfriend. I feel like I could be a helicopter mom if I don't correct it. I mean, definitely spend all the energy that you're helicoptering on your child. Send it to your boyfriend. I guarantee you it'll work out better for all three of you. Scorpion says, I'm preparing them for challenges. I don't spoil them either. They're aware of how this world works. I've seen them perfectly handle bullies at the playground. Word up. A warning from Jessica Cogg says, Elizabeth, girl, be careful you don't get into the mother role for the boyfriend. That's also a good balance to what I was saying. That's a good balance to what I was saying. Because look. Men want to be babied. I don't care how fucking alpha the dude is. We like to be babied to differing degrees, but, and I don't mean treated like children. I just mean we are out in the world doing whatever we're doing. And so when we come home, when we're laying in bed at night, I don't want to fucking have you read me a bedtime story, but I want you to make me feel like this is the one place while I'm with you where I can be myself and I can let my guard down. Because as a man, there is literally nowhere in the world, once you step out that door, there is nowhere in the world that you don't have to have your guard up. And I know women think that it's the same thing for them, but look at the fucking statistics. Look at the numbers. Yeah, don't we all want to be spoiled? Just because you want to nurture, but you don't want to take it too far. Well said. We like to get some love. Yeah, we like nice girls. Exactly. Foot massage, I wouldn't be mad at it. And yeah, out there, we have to fight. We have to fight. And so it's just, this. Exactly. Perfectly said. I don't know how much better of a note we can end on. So thank you, just a cog in the fuckery. Beautiful note to end on, to tie together the idea of information, news, all of that stuff, and society, families, all of that stuff. Guys got to have room to handle the guy shit and have a safe space. Very well said. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I think this was, we didn't do the best numbers, but those of you who are here were really engaged, and I love that. I love that so much. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that. And if you haven't subscribed, what are you doing? One little, it's done. And then you're here. You're part of the team forever. And we're fucking going places. I don't know. I mean, think what you want. Everybody on here thinks that they're gonna thinks that they're gonna blow up, but some of us are. I'm just telling you right now. Don't come back when it's $5 a month to be in the Discord, and all of us here are hanging out for free, and now you got to pay because you didn't join. It's free. I have a number in my head of how big I want this this free Discord server to be. When we hit that number, then everybody who's in there is grandfathered in. We're all in for life, whatever. Anybody else who wants to join, and they are going to want to join. They're going to have to pay a monthly fee. So if you're here, and this is, especially if it's not your first stream, and you know that you enjoy listening to me, hanging out with people in the chat, don't put it off. Don't put it off. I can certainly I can charge through locals to get in there. No Freedoms definitely needs a hug. So No Freedoms doesn't like massages, coffee in the morning, and home cooked meals. Nope. Jesus didn't ask for me before. What do you mean? I don't know what that means. But yeah, all the links that are in all the videos, I'm going to kill those are permalinks. So I'm going to kill that link so that link no longer gets you in. Then there's going to be a separate link. And to get that link, you're going to have to be in locals. I mean, that's a little bit down the road, but we're coming up on it soon. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. I'm looking to do that by the end of the year, and I think we can do it. But guys, I cannot do it. I cannot do it on my own. I need your help. Trust me. Trust me. This is something that we all want. Trust me. This is something that will benefit all of our lives. I promise you, it will be worth it. Stick with me. Trust me. Keep me grounded. Give me shit when I'm, not on point. But ride with me. We will do this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, guys, so much. Like I said, if you haven't hit the button, the like button or the subscribe button, hit those on your way out. I would really appreciate it. If you're subscribing, hit the notification bell, set those notifications to all. But you know how those notifications are. They suck. So whenever you get here, take the URL, plaster everywhere. Get some more people in here. Let's do this for real. Other than that, like I said, I've been raging about the Discord. It's up to you. I mean, just don't come crying to me when you didn't do it. And then so we're about to head over there and talk about James O'Keefe and Michael Malice and helicopter parents and all that stuff without having to worry about YouTube guidelines or anything like that. So come on over. And like I said, we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers, guys. I really, really, really want to be able to bring you a legitimate community. Well, like I said, I need your help to do it. And so just spending time here is awesome. That helps. Hitting the like button, that helps. Sharing it helps. Subscribing helps. What would really help, since we're not quite monetized yet, if you want to hit up that CashApp or Venmo, that would be awesome. But like I said, it is absolutely free to help me out, to be here, to hang out. All of that stuff is completely free. And I appreciate it because I know you could spend your time doing literally anything else. And the fact that you're here warms my fucking heart. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been another party. I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.